おい、権次どん。お前、親戚におめでたがあるから今日一日お暇いただきますって言ったのはいいがな。こんなにおめえ遅く帰ってくるとは思わなかったよ。おめえが一人いねえってと困らな他の若い衆が急に忙しくなっちまって。どうも申し訳ございませんでした。早く帰ろうと思ったんですがね、この雨でござしたんでね、どうも手間取っちまいまして。申し訳ございませんでした。自分の部屋に戻ってきた権次が、嫌な殺生をしたい。思い出しただけで寒気がするが、気のせいかな、それともはばかり行きたくなったのかな。よし、立ち上がりますと言うとそのまんまはばかり。こういったような女郎屋の便所ですから、あんまり賑やかなところにはないんで、廊下の外れ薄暗いところをひょいっと曲がった場所だ。商売が商売ですから3つこう並んでいる。その真ん中の一つ、取って手かけて開けようとした途端に中からこら、どうもすいません、失礼しました。それじゃってんで一番手前の戸に手をかけた途端にこれはどうもすいません。おいらんかご親族でございますか。どうも申し訳ございません、失礼いたしました。とって一番外れの接近に手かけた途端に中からまた
All right, once again, I feel like we got to start it out by me apologizing for not being live like hardly ever, but you got to understand there was an external reason for it this time, not just me being lazy. And the reason was that we were just getting absolutely pelted by storms and fucking tornado warnings and flood warnings, and yeah, so shitty weather all around. You can call me paranoid. I know that, computers have a lot of fail safes and stuff in them now for power outages and shit, but I don't want to have my computer on and running a stream when we potentially have a power outage or a power surge or some shit. I just don't want to do that. So, but yeah, outside of that, I've just been taking a little bit of time to work on some other stuff. Again, I have a decent sized YouTube project that I'm working on with Future right now. So we've been kind of hopping on Discord calls and planning that, and we basically have all the planning done. It's just about execution now. So, oh yeah, and I got another fresh cut. So we're looking pretty fresh, if I do say so myself, if you will, of course. I'd never force anyone else to say that I'm looking fresh, but I feel that I am, so I'm gonna say it anyway. Self-confidence is just the worst thing that a person can do now, or can have nowadays, I guess. Don't roast me, Twitter. Anyways, yeah, so it feels very good. Again, feels very good to be back. I feel like I say that every single time I go live. I kind of do. It's a little bit of a meme at this point. But the fact remains that I have not been live very much lately. In fact, Twitch even sent me an email that was like, hey, if you want to progress toward partner, you should stream 25 hours a week. I've never had trouble hitting that. Or not 25 hours a week. What the fuck? 25 hours a month. They actually emailed me saying that if I want to become a partner in the future, I have to stream more so that I can hit that goal. I think that's the first time I've ever needed to be notified. Ever. Like, since I started doing this again about 5 years ago, I've never needed to be notified that I should go live more often. It just doesn't happen. So that's how I knew. It hasn't been very much lately, but that's all right. We're here. Things can always be rectified later on. It's not that big of a deal. But yeah. My town, my city is a bit underwater right now. Lots of raining, lots of flooding and shit. So that's part of the reason why. And then we also had to, kind of shelter up a little bit because we had a tornado warning come through super late in the night, and it's just been crazy. This year has pulled no punches weather-wise, that's for sure. But, and, again, I'm sorry. I feel like every time I go live, all I have is excuses. But I've also been working really hard with my full-time job right now because I have a lot of, well, I don't like to talk too much about what I do for work, but I have a lot of work-related tasks to be doing, and the weeks are very full of things. Like, it's not laid back right now at all. I have to be paying attention at all times. I gotta have the blinders on and be looking in all directions and everything. So yeah, just a lot of shit kind of compounding here recently, but we're back. That's all that matters. And there's a lot of nightmare fuel. Every single day I would watch like Chilling Scares or Nexpo or Nick Crowley upload a video. I'm like, that would be a perfect nightmare fuel. So there's like 3 videos for us to watch. So I'm fucking hype about that. Give me just a second. Just gonna turn something off really quick. Enjoy the Reverse Will, my favorite Silent Hill 2 credits song. I also would love to get some new scenes very soon as well. Oh yeah, shoutouts to Future for the new profile picture. I know I said that in the chat, but shoutouts again. It's my Discord, YouTube, and Twitch profile picture now. I fucking love it. Oh yeah, something else that's really fun is 2 YouTube streams in a row I got hit with a copyright violation. So 2 of them in a row, both of them being Silent Hill Homecoming, I guess because the intro cutscene of that game has vocals in it or some shit, I don't know. I got hit with copyright violations twice, so YouTube limited my ability to live stream while I was getting that shit sorted out, so that was fun. But we're good now. That's done. You know, figured all that out. It was annoying, but that's fine. So it is live on YouTube right now, but yeah. And, you know, I had somebody asking me, like, why am I going live on YouTube? First of all, my intention is not to be like a big YouTube live streamer. I'm not that delusional. The only reason why I'm going live on YouTube right now is because it's the only way for me to archive my streams. I don't have any other way to do that. Because I'm not going to spend any more time like exporting my VODs and uploading them to YouTube, like that separate Stampede G streams channel. I'm not going to spend any more time doing that because it just takes away from time I have that I need to work on other projects like for YouTube and other things. I just don't have time to do it all. There literally is not enough time in the day for me to live stream consistently throughout the week. There's not enough time in a week for me to work a full-time job, live stream consistently, work on YouTube in my spare, like that alone. Just those 3 things alone is like all my free time right there. And then going to the gym. You know, I got my cats, I got Bridget. So there's just too much. So I was like, okay, which of these things can go? And the stream channel was the first one where I was like, okay, that one, get that out of here. I just simply do not have the time to do all this shit. You know, I don't. I mean, I really don't. So, is what it is. I just, you know, put on that channel. I'm like, hey, this channel's no longer being updated. If you want to see any more full-length streams, go to my main channel. That's it. That's all I said. So as of 3 weeks ago, the stream channel is dead, unfortunately. But it is officially dead. And yeah. So now, if you want to see any live streams, I don't love the way that YouTube does this. I mean, it works. I'm not a super fan of the way they do this, but it gets the job done. So now, if you want to see any VODs, you have to go to my main channel here. And then just go to live. And I don't have thumbnails for these yet. I'm going to start doing that, like putting custom thumbnails on each one of these. But yeah, so that's where all of them are going to be housed from here on out, is just in the live section. Because as far as I know, YouTube will not delete these. There's no policy in place where YouTube comes through and like scrubs your VODs. They just don't do that. So this is fine. I'm okay with them being housed here. I just need to make sure that I put the dates and shit on them before, you know, I lose them, so that I know exactly when they were streamed, but they should say the exact date and everything. So yeah, they say the date, so we're good. I can just come through and add like a description and info later on if people actually want to check those out. But again, the point is not, I'm not delusional enough to think that I'm trying to become some big YouTube streamer, because I'm absolutely not. I'm just putting them there so that it's automated. You know, that's the only reason why I'm even live on YouTube, to be 100% with you, is just so the process of the streams getting up on YouTube is completely automated, and I don't have to, you know, spend all this time exporting and titling and thumbnailing and adding descriptions and shit. And tags. I would put tags on every single VOD. I just genuinely do not have time to do that anymore. So it is what it is. So yeah. With that being said, let's check out my man's chilling scares first and foremost. And see what he's got in the pipe. Five most disturbing caving videos. Okay, that's a solid one. And then was the other one Nexpo or was it Nick Crowley? I don't remember. Probably Nexpo, right? He uploaded one called The Dark Side of Reddit. I think we watched this one already. Yeah, we watched this one already because that's where the guy owed money and stuff. So which one was it? Oh, Internet's Darkest Corners 6. Yes, that was the other one that we have not watched yet. So we have Internet's Darkest Corners 6 with a guy who literally looks like the streamer Defran on the thumbnail. And then we have 5 most disturbing caving videos by Chilling Scares. So we've got some good, good shit. And I have coffee. So I'm definitely solid right now. Pause. Okay, it would have been a lot worse if I said I was bricked up. I didn't say that. Yeah, and I've kind of noticed like a bunch of my streaming friends have been not so much taking breaks, but I've noticed that they've kind of cooled off on streaming as well. I don't know what it is. It's just like this particular time of the year. You know, it's like beginning of the year. I don't know what it is. It's like really tough to keep your foot on the gas at this time of the year. But, you know, I do, my primary goal is 3 streams a week, and I want to try to do a minimum of 4 hours a night. I don't want to end any streams until we at least hit 4 hours. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to be like the fucking clocking in streamer, where the picosecond it hits 4, I'm like glancing over at the clock, like, all right, guys, I got to go check the aquarium, and then I just, you know, sign off. That's not what I'm going to do. But, you know, minimum of 4 hours if I go live. I feel like that's the bare minimum that anybody should be willing to do. Unless you just went live and genuinely didn't have time, you know. And I'm also not going to lie, I don't want to get dark about anything, but, you know, the whole Smash Brothers situation that I talked about on the last stream has kind of been in my head a little bit. So that's also kind of been clouding my judgment in more ways than one. Just a fucked up situation all around, and, you know, that was a community that I really used to enjoy at least watching tournament footage of, so it definitely is a bittersweet thing, knowing how that all went down and, you know, how disgusting the community's reaction to it has been. It's just, yeah, just one of those things, you know. But that's my problem. That's not your problem. I won't make my problems your problems. But what I will do is sip some coffee. That I will do. Yeah, so Future and I have been working on a few things. We've been working on mainly one video idea, talking about the connective tissue between Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3. We have a lot of points we want to make and a lot of recording that needs to be done. I'm going to hopefully have all that done by this week, and then we're basically just going to get the video together, and then we'll be finished. Because the way that we work is we like to put all of our commentary together first, or at least that's our game plan for this video. We like to put all the voice recording, get all that done, and then it's just a matter of putting it into an Adobe Premiere timeline, sequencing it correctly, and then creating the video as the foundational layer. So that's really all we got to do. So we're making great progress there, and as you guys have probably seen, he made me a fucking awesome profile picture, which actually looks like me pretty well, and it's not like in a bullshit way where it's made into like a super anime style. It actually is just really fucking good. I'm a massive fan of the photo. There's a reason why I'm using it. And I think he made it match like my aesthetic and everything perfectly, so I don't intend to change that anytime soon. I actually would love to keep that as my profile picture permanently, if I can. All I did was throw a very mild, like, black and white filter on it. And I didn't even fully, you know, take out all the color. There's still just a little bit of color. Like, this is all I did right here. See, there's still plenty of color. I just took out a little bit of the shading and stuff, so you can still see, like, the skin tone and this and everything. I mean, that's perfect. How is it not? Look, dude. I'm seeing double. It's fucking awesome. So that's the exact photo that I'm going to be using everywhere from here on out. This will not be changing anytime soon. So any profile, any online profile you see of mine, you're going to see that. Because it's just too good. Oh yeah, and watch parties in the Discord. We're bringing those back in a big way. I still have a boosted Discord server, so we get more space in our voice channels. We can house up to 16 people in one voice channel. We have lossless video streaming, so the video streaming is like perfect quality, Blu-ray, whatever. And we have much nicer voice clarity, you know, voice bandwidth in our server too. So there's no reason for me to not be hosting more watch parties in there. So that's definitely something that we're going to be bringing back in a big way, primarily over the weekends because I don't stream on the weekends. So I figure I can hit the gym 2, if not 3 or 4 times over the weekend, you know, late night Saturday, early morning Sunday, late night Sunday, whatever. And then, you know, we can start those watch parties a little bit later on the East Coast. I think that would be perfect. Now, I know it won't be the best time for everybody because, like, Future's in Japan and there's a few other international viewers like Kendo, but, you know, we'll find the time that works for mostly everybody, and that'll have to be what we do. I've been watching a lot of Caleb Hart 42. You guys already know this. I talk about that all the time. Been watching a ton of Caleb Hart 42. And a little bit of Enigma, but Enigma has kind of been taking it a little bit slower recently too. Like he actually kind of I wouldn't say overdid it because I don't know what his like stamina for streaming is, but he did like insane hours at the end of March because they had that sale going on gift subs and stuff, where it's like 35% off. So he did like an insane like 4 or 5 days straight and like 8 hours of stream. I mean, he went ham. So I think he kind of went ham and needed a break, which that's totally understandable. But yeah, just shitty weather. That's been the primary reason. But there is something I want to revisit, which is Haunting Ground. I kind of stopped playing that game because it really didn't appeal to me, but I think I just need to give it another shot. Like, I was just in a weird mood because that was the first game I played after last year's Stamptober, and we went fucking insane and did like, I mean, we didn't do all 31 days, but I did like 29 out of 31 days. And some of those streams ran very, very long, like 7-8 hours, sometimes 9-10. So I think I was just in a weird mood when we tried Haunting Ground, and I want to give it another shot. I did acquire it, so to speak. So we can do that anytime. But for tonight, Jordan, aka Wing, and my zipper has been waiting an eon for me to play RE3 Nemesis because I told him I would like 4 streams ago. So that's what we're going to be doing tonight. Because, yeah, he asked me a very, very long time ago, and it's time for me to do it. So, but, of course, you know we got to get that Nightmare Fuel segment in as well. You already know what time it is. I've been getting way too good of sleep here recently. It's time to break that up and start fucking it up big time with some Nightmare Fuel. Alright, I'm preloading both these videos. Let's get our disturbing caving videos. Dude, fucking mostly every caving video on YouTube is at least a little bit disturbing. It's like everything that a normal person would just avoid in their daily life. Claustrophobia, like with all the situations I've seen of people who can just die because they went to the wrong area where there was like gases other than oxygen that had built up in a cave. Oh man, people have got to stop. I mean, I get it, like that's their passion. I'm not gonna tell them to not do it, but at the same time it does seem like one of those things that's very, very dangerous and you can die easily if you're not careful. But it reminds me of that guy who like almost died on a paramotor, and then as soon as he recovered from all the broken bones, immediately started doing it again. It's like, and skating, you know, to a much lesser extent, skating is like that too. You know, you roll an ankle really bad, you break a leg, you know, you break a hand, a wrist, an arm. And you know what? As soon as that shit's healed, sometimes even when you still got a cast on your elbow, you're out there pushing on your board because that's just what you love to do. And so I get it, you know. It just, to the average person who has no interest in caving, we just look at each other and we're like, this is dumb. But that's their passion in life. Motorcyclists are kind of like that too. Being into motorcycles and having a speeding problem is probably the easiest way to get yourself into a life-threatening situation. Like, they're just so fucking dangerous. It's crazy. And to turn correctly, you have to lean almost into the road. You know, not to reference an anime and say that because they did it in the anime, that's how it works in real life. But in the movie Akira, Kaneda, he does say, like, you have to lean like you're trying to kill yourself. And even though he's saying it in a very extreme way, what he's saying is not wrong, because you do have to kind of lean into the road to turn properly on a motorcycle. And if you don't commit, then your turn is too light and you can't make a sharper turn. And that's where you really get fucked up, is if you don't make a turn correctly. All right, let's fucking go. Let's start with Internet's Darkest Corners 6. I'm gonna mute the music, swap over. And let's do it. If anybody doesn't know, Nightmare Fuel segments are where you watch me lose sleep in real time because we watch scary or true crime related videos. But you guys get to watch it through the lens. Okay. You guys get to watch it through the lens of me being scared. So, you know, the effect is much weaker. But for me, I get to sit here in a dark room and lose sleep. So let's go. I love it though. Nightmare Fuel segments are some of my favorite things to do. I just got to get my damn camera out of the way. Love it. All right, let's go.
Fifth alarm. Working structure fire. 7741 Liberty Road Drive.
By the way, really quick, if anybody doesn't know, always use 1080p premium because it actually does give you a better experience if you're streaming. It actually does clear the video up quite a bit on enhanced bitrate.
On May 18th, 2024, residents of Charlotte, North Carolina wake up to the smell and sight of black smoke billowing up into the sky. The source: a massive 7-story apartment complex home to 239 luxury units, or at least what should have been luxury units. At the time, the structure was still under construction, meaning that thankfully no residents were living there. But this in and of itself presented two major problems. The first was that, in its current state, the top 5 floors were primarily just the bones of the structure, made almost entirely of wood and insulation, making the building as a whole extremely flammable. Meaning that, although the fire had started out relatively
Oh yeah,
small,
I won't pause this a ton, but the most flammable thing that most people have in their homes is actually lint. Like the lint that comes out of a dryer's lint trap. That shit is hyper flammable. So you have to be super careful when you use that. Just, you know, a little fun fact, you know how it is.
It was quickly going to consume the entire complex if it wasn't put out quickly. Which brings us to the second and even more glaring problem. The building was actively under construction when the fire started, and that morning 17 construction workers had clocked in, all of whom were now in grave danger. And by the time the firefighters arrived on the scene,
That looked fake for a second, but it was because of
The
his filter.
situation was already dire, and so firefighters rushed in, finding a large group of the employees and leading them out to safety. Though when they made it outside, they made the horrifying realization that they had only found 15 of them. Somewhere within that labyrinth of burning wooden walls, 2 men were left behind, trapped and calling out to anyone who might hear them. And these pleas weren't just being made to those on the scene, as in the following minutes, one of the trapped men, 30-year-old DeMonte Sherrill, would take out his phone, open up Facebook, and go live, revealing the horrifying reality that both he and his friend had found themselves in.
Somebody send help, we're in South Park.
He went live while they were... I mean, I guess as a last resort. You gotta do what you can.
If you own a computer, here's how to get the most out of it. Watch this, watch this, watch this.
Yo, I'm at South Park right now. At work, the building on fire, and I can't get out.
The stream showed DeMonte Sherrill and his friend Ruben Holmes somewhere deep within the prospective apartment complex, and though the fire hadn't yet reached them, the smoke certainly had, blanketing them in a thick, impenetrable fog, not only making breathing extremely difficult, but also making it nearly impossible for rescuers to see them.
It's getting harder and harder for them to see us. We're gonna have to stand out here and see. The building on fire, I'm trapped inside, me and my man.
This was likely one of the reasons why DeMonte chose to start this livestream, hopeful that it could show rescuers exactly where they were. But based on the footage, their positioning was far from ideal. They were on the second highest floor, floor 6, which had only one access point, a single stairway that was on the complete opposite side of the
And
building.
probably on fire.
Based on their testimony in the footage, something had clearly blocked their path to that one remaining exit, meaning that the only other way out would be to jump. Though at 6 stories in the air, and falling into what would likely be the heart of the fire, this would have meant certain death. There was quite literally nowhere for them to go. Rescue was their only hope.
Yo, this building is on fire. I'm at work. Somebody send help, we're in South Park.
Seemingly realizing this, DeMonte began to grow more desperate, yelling out into the void of smoke, while Ruben can be seen in the background waving his phone flashlight, with both men doing anything they could to help rescuers find them. Before...
Stream shut off.
the stream abruptly ends. Rescuers were aware of the unfolding situation on the 6th story. They first tried to reach the men by using a massive crane with a basket attached, which can actually be seen in DeMonte's livestream. Though in it, you can see that it's also facing the complete wrong direction, as the smoke was just that impenetrable. However, at one point, it's believed that the crane operator did actually see these men, but the blaze was just too extreme, leading to the operator himself having to be rescued. This left only one real option.
Jesus Christ. They're trying to rescue a guy, and then the guy who's on the piece of equipment that could be used to rescue them has to be rescued. What a shit show, man. Not saying that the rescue, you know, I'm not saying like the emergency responders fucked up. It's just the situation itself is just fucked up.
Monte and Ruben, they were going to have to go in after them. And so they climbed that stairway up to floor 6 and started their trek to the opposite end of the structure. Though before they could even make it halfway, the rescuers were relegated to a slow crawl, as the inferno around them raged more and more intensely, and the smoke grew thicker and thicker. Though that's when they began to hear screaming. Somewhere lost in that maze, Ruben and DeMonte were yelling as loud as they could for help. This sound was a sign that they were getting close. Though just then, rescuers would be met with another sound.
All companies working 7741 Liberty Road Drive, evacuate structure, per command. All companies working 7741 Liberty Road Drive, evacuate structure.
Command all companies, this will be defensive at this time. We'll be ready for this side to collapse. Everybody get out of the collapse zone. Confirming you are coming out, but you're not out of the building.
With the order being made for all of them to evacuate, as by this point, The structure was engulfed in flames, and a collapse was imminent. The firefighters tried to call out to the two in one last attempt to guide them towards rescue, but they never came. In fact, at that point, the structure fell eerily silent. They would leave that structure without DeMonte or Ruben, and minutes later, the fire consumed the entire building, with the temperature inside reaching 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, before
it collapsed.
It would eventually topple to the ground. And inside, DeMonte and Ruben would become the sole fatalities of this catastrophe.
Yo,
When did this happen?
I'm at South Park right now. At work, and the building on fire, and I can't get out. It's getting harder and harder for them to see us.
Knowing how the story ends would make this live stream difficult for anyone to watch, but what I find most upsetting about it is that the majority of those who initially watched this were his own friends and family that followed him on Facebook, with these viewers including his own mother. And a lot of them probably had no idea he even worked this job, as he had just been hired that week. His brother had also caught the stream as it was happening and actually rushed over to the scene where he pleaded with the firefighters to watch the footage. But despite doing the best they could, there was just too much working against them to save DeMonte and Ruben. Following an investigation.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Kanika Jenkins thing. Although it was a little, it was still negligent, but this situation, I don't even think the firefighters did anything wrong. Like, if they didn't get out, they would have been fatalities too. It fucking sucks. It's like, what if they didn't turn around and leave when they were told? They would have been dead all the same. So, it just was it's like an unclearable situation. Either you end up with 2 fatalities or you end up with 10, depending on how many firefighters were already in there. There was just nothing that could be done at that point.
Investigation into the fire, it was discovered that the crew was using an organic foam insulation, which was known to be extremely flammable and produce thick black smoke. And this became deadly when the machine used to spray that insulation caught fire, sending the whole building up in flames.
The fucking
with the idea
machine.
to install any sort of smoke detector or alarm system to alert the crew of a fire. Making matters worse, there had been a temporary set of stairs made right where the 2 men had been trapped, but that stairwell had just been removed in order to make way for the permanent set of stairs. Because of this and a myriad of other issues, the companies involved with this construction were forced to pay a fine of $50,000 and are currently being sued by the families of both victims. But regardless of the outcome, nothing will ever make up for the loss of DeMonte Sherrill and Ruben Holmes.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear about how the construction company somehow gets out of all culpability too. There was a thing that we watched about these divers in Trinidad, where they got stuck inside this pipe and 3 out of 4 of the men died. And those 3 families did everything in their power to try to sue them. And the government basically just stepped in and said they can't be sued because they're a government agency. So the government just waltzed in, shut down all the lawsuits and said, fuck the families. They can't be sued because they're a government agency. Because I guess that's some type of law over there. And that was it. That was the end of it. So nothing ever came about. No accountability for anybody. I'm sure the same will happen here.
Things were getting concerning. Johnny Cashman spoke to his family nearly every single day, but now, on the 6th day without receiving any communication from him, they knew that something was wrong. Johnny lived in Lynchburg, Virginia, hundreds of miles away from his home in Maine, and so, being unable to check on him themselves, they called police in the area and requested a welfare check. Police entered Johnny's apartment on the 19th of April, 2022, and hours later, they would call his parents with the news that they had found their son dead on the floor. According to the officers, Johnny had experienced some sort of medical event that led to GI bleeding that ultimately claimed his life. But this made no sense to Johnny's family. He was only 38 years old and had just been given a clean bill of health after a full medical exam only 4 months prior. It was so out of the blue, in fact, that they even asked if there were any signs of a struggle or if there was any evidence that he may have taken his own life. But they were assured that there was no trauma, no drugs, and nothing suspicious found on the scene, and that, as shocking as it was, his cause of death was entirely natural, and had likely just been spurred on by drinking and tobacco use, with the only solace being that Johnny didn't suffer, as they stated that he had died instantly. Because of this, no autopsy was performed, as the case seemed as straightforward as it gets, and despite his family questioning if they should get their own autopsy, they were told by officers that it wouldn't be necessary. And so, Johnny's
Well,
body
there's
was
nothing
cremated and
suspicious
sent
about
back to
that.
Maine.
Nothing suspicious about that. Just don't get the autopsy. You don't need it. What? Who the fuck says that?
And what seemed to be the end of Johnny Cashman's story. Ten days after Johnny's body was discovered, his ex-girlfriend and her mother made their way back to his apartment in order to retrieve some of her belongings. She knew that re-entering the space was going to be difficult, but ultimately there was no way she could have prepared for what was waiting for her inside. There was blood everywhere. It was pooled in the bathrooms, wiped on doors, spread all over the living space, and was even found on a chair and a banister. But the most horrifying part of it all was the walls. They were covered in splattered blood, which revealed long streaking handprints. It was something straight out of a horror movie, and although Johnny's cause of death was deemed natural, what they found in that apartment seemed anything but. Traumatized by what they were witnessing, the pair snapped multiple photos of the bloodshed and ran out of the unit, directly into Johnny's neighbor. This neighbor revealed that they believed something far worse than a medical emergency had happened to Johnny, as they had a security camera mounted to their door which faced Johnny's unit, and on the day of his passing, it captured something incredibly disturbing.
303, that's crazy.
The footage shows Johnny making his way up the flight of stairs leading to his apartment at around 3:03.
How could you... Okay, first of all, with how much blood was in the apartment, how could you even logically say that it was nothing but gastrointestinal bleeding? That was like the entirety of blood that a human being would have inside of them. That doesn't happen if you bleed from just one space or one spot. It doesn't.
3 p.m. Nothing seems out of the ordinary at all, though it is noteworthy that he was holding an empty glass, perhaps insinuating that he had been drinking. But this doesn't seem to impair his movements much at all, as he punches in the code and enters his home, just as he did every other day. But moments later, something happens inside that unit, and while it goes unseen, it doesn't go unheard.
Well, it couldn't be more obvious. See, my question is, how long is it until evidence that's like black and white like this, so obviously, you know, tells you the story of what happened? How long is it until this stuff gets called AI? I think we're pretty much there. Like, we're on the cusp of stuff like this getting called AI. It's only a matter of time.
The audio seems to depict a man yelling, asking repeatedly, "What are you doing?" and begging for something to stop. On top of this, you can also hear loud thuds and banging, almost as if things were falling over inside, or there was some sort of physical altercation, before the unit then goes quiet just a few seconds later. It was unclear if this voice was Johnny's, or perhaps someone else who had been inside the unit, but regardless, one thing was apparent from this audio. There was someone else in that apartment, despite the fact that Johnny lived alone. And just 7 minutes later, this unseen person would emerge.
What the? Did you see that? Was that an editing mistake?
Unseen person. Johnny lived alone. And just 7 minutes later, this unseen person...
Yeah, it's like one fucking frame where you can see it say 1 minute later.
would emerge.
Editing mistake? I'm calling him out on Twitter. Oh, so they even see the guy. How the fuck did they say there was no struggle then?
This clearly wasn't Johnny, and after leaving the unit, the anonymous man nearly makes it out of the building before he seems to change his mind. turning around and walking back up the stairs before fiddling with the door handle, touching it only with his sleeve, like he was wiping off his fingerprints. He then walks down the stairs and stops once again, where he seems to be in a state of shock over whatever had just transpired, before he composes himself and walks out of the building. But the footage wasn't quite finished yet. Just 1 minute later, you can hear Johnny shouting for help from inside the apartment, to which moments after, he stops, and no further sound or activity would come from Johnny's unit until police arrived 5 days later. The footage and the scene at the apartment seemed to contradict what Johnny's family had been told about his death. The blood all over made it obvious that Johnny's death had not happened in an instant. And this, coupled by the presence of this unknown man who was clearly distraught and wiping off his fingerprints, as well as the sound of the apparent struggle inside, seemed to point towards something much more sinister than what was initially conveyed to the family. But
So
even with this footage,
the actual police are covering for this guy?
police still believed that Johnny's death was due to a medical emergency, as they quickly changed their initial story, saying that the blood spread was due to uncontrollable vomiting, and that Johnny had in fact likely suffered, at least for a short while. But this medical emergency wasn't elaborated on, as they didn't truly know what caused it, as no autopsy was ever performed, nor could one ever be performed, as by this point, Johnny was already cremated, and cremated because of the officer's initial statements. So if Johnny had actually been murdered, which the footage does seem to suggest, there was now virtually no way to prove it. And what makes this even more frustrating is that law enforcement already had this footage. It was collected that very day, and they either didn't fully look through it or didn't think that this was overly suspicious. But everyone else surely did. And soon this video began making the rounds online, leading to one glaring question being asked. Who is this man? As no one in Johnny's life recognized him. Well, it wouldn't be until May 11th that investigators would finally ID him as Stephen Church. And upon being questioned, he revealed that he had moved to Lynchburg for work, but the opportunity he had lined up fell through shortly after he arrived, leaving him with no money and without a place to stay, which is when he met Johnny, who offered to let him crash on his couch. He supposedly stayed with Johnny for 3 days, and described Johnny as an alcoholic who drank constantly, including on that fateful day.
I don't think so, because the way he said, dude, what the fuck? It didn't exactly sound like it was somebody he agreed to let crash on his couch. I think that's bullshit.
When Johnny arrived home, Stephen claims that he started drunkenly yelling at him about paying rent, which led to the two getting into a verbal altercation. But he insisted that this altercation never turned physical, and that he left immediately after, to which he quickly went back to clean his prints because he was afraid that Johnny would try and have him arrested for squatting. And having already racked up 2 felonies in his life, Stephen was paranoid about going back to jail. But when Stephen was leaving, he did mention seeing Johnny hunched over the toilet as if he were going to vomit, but he claims to have left before this so-called medical emergency started. This is the gist of Stephen's account from that day, but the problem is, it doesn't really match up with what we're hearing in the video.
No.
From the footage, we can hear everything going on in that unit, but at no point do we hear any sort of an argument, nor do we hear anything about rent.
Are the police covering for this guy or what?
Themselves more to a physical struggle rather than a verbal one. In fact, the whole time it appears that we're only hearing one voice. But there is an exception. To my knowledge, it's never been conclusively determined whose voice is who in the recording, and either scenario paints a far different picture of what may have happened inside that room. But regardless, this audio makes it clear that Stephen's story was fabricated at least to some degree, as he also fails to account for the loud banging in the background. And because of this, his version of events is generally rejected, with most people seeming to believe one of 2 main theories. The first is that...
Okay, the way that he's phrasing this, though, makes it sound like this guy went off scot-free.
On arriving home, Johnny and Stephen had gotten into a physical altercation, resulting in Johnny taking some sort of blow to his abdomen, which in turn triggered or exacerbated this medical emergency. GI bleeds are horrific.
That's most likely.
And caused the level of bleeding that was found in the apartment. And perhaps seeing all the blood coming from Johnny, Stephen started yelling at him before deciding to run off, fearing that he would be charged for murder. This would explain Steven's demeanor and actions after leaving the apartment, and why he may have fabricated his story, as he knew or knows that he was directly responsible for Johnny's death. And this blow to the abdomen could have easily been missed by investigators, as the injuries would have been primarily internal. The second theory is that upon arriving home, Johnny naturally experienced a medical emergency leading to this catastrophic GI bleed. Upon seeing this and perhaps being in a state of shock, Steven yelled at him, demanding to know what was happening and telling him to stop, as perhaps he was moving around the apartment and tracking blood everywhere, which would explain the other voice saying, "I can't stop." I could see how this experience would make no sense to Steven, and perhaps just having no idea what was happening, he left and tried to make it look like he was never there, as he was afraid of being blamed for whatever was happening to Johnny, and so he essentially left Johnny there to die, whether knowingly or unknowingly. What bothers me about this theory is why 911 was never called, not only by Steven, but by Johnny too, as his phone was found in the unit with blood on it, implying that he had it in his hand at some point, though it's possible that the massive blood loss just made him too disoriented. Both of these theories seem believable, or at least more so than the explanation that Steven had given. However, in October of 2022, Johnny's case would officially be closed for
Yep,
good.
I told you, no charges. That's not surprising. The way he was phrasing that, as in, this is a generally believed theory, I knew that there were no charges. There couldn't have been.
With Steven being cleared of any wrongdoing, as Johnny's death was labeled the same way that it always has been, a medical emergency that couldn't be further elaborated on, with the most relevant evidence being that Steven's shoe prints were not found in the blood, but Johnny's were, implying that he had not been part of the struggle. But in my mind, this can be explained by both theories mentioned previously. Though regardless, without the possibility of an autopsy, this is likely where this case ends for good. But with this disturbing footage, I can't help but think that there was more to the story than we may ever know.
Definitely. No question. Almost makes me wonder if that guy had connections to the police. Like if he had a fucking uncle or a dad or somebody that was on the force that was covering for him. Could certainly be true. Oh god, TikTokers find a body. This just reminds me a little bit too much of the Logan Paul shit.
It was around 7:30 a.m.
Seattle.
on a warm July morning back in 2019. 17-year-olds Bethany Martin and a 16-year-old friend decide to walk to a gas station near their home in San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, Texas, what
and
the
as
fuck?
the two of them made their way down the road, their path brought them parallel to a drainage ditch, which was often filled with various trash and other discarded material. But on this day, something far more interesting caught their eye. It looked like a man crouching down and leaned up against one of the concrete walls, but the closer they got, the more they realized how unusual his posture was. He looked completely unnatural, and he wasn't moving. And by the time they came face to face with him, the reality of the situation would hit them. They had just found a dead body. This discovery was enough to traumatize anyone, especially two teenagers, and upon calling the police and being sent on their way, Bethany and her friend would make the long walk back home contemplating what to do next, before they eventually landed on the idea of sharing their experience with the world.
TikTok, of course.
So, as soon as they got in the door, they began to set up lights in their camera in order to film a TikTok.
Oh my god. See, and they frame it as if it's a quirky little video. Like, what the fuck, man? This generation is... I hate sounding like an old man when I say this, but this generation is fucking cooked.
The clip showed the two sitting on a couch appearing to be in a state of shock, with the words, "Us remembering we found a dead body this morning," plastered on the screen, offering no other context aside from the description, which simply read, "I wish we were kidding, all respect to the family." Some offered sympathy for the girls, while others viewed their post as insensitive and exploitative, but others weren't even convinced it was real, partially due to this glaring lack of context. But any doubt of this post's legitimacy would be quickly thwarted by a discovery made not even one full day later, as it was revealed that this recording hadn't actually been the only video that these two girls had made on that fateful day.
They recorded the body. Yep, TikTokers can't help it, dude.
On their walk to the gas station, the girls had stumbled across the body of 25-year-old Marcus Adams, with the young man having seemingly perished earlier that morning, with it being apparent that he had taken his own life. But upon finding Marcus, the girls weren't actually overwhelmed with sadness or even shock, as instead, their focus immediately went to something far different, as something on the man's body had caught their attention. His necklace. The girls really liked it. In fact, the unnamed 16-year-old had said that it matched her fashion perfectly. And so, before police arrived, the two would once again pull out their phone and start recording, showing Bethany approaching the body with her intention being to grab his necklace. Which she eventually does, removing the medallion and giving it to her friend, before tossing the chain into the grass nearby, leading to the girls running away from the scene. The 16-year-old would then post that video onto her Snapchat story, for all of her close friends to see. I can't show the footage for obvious reasons, but it's truly awful. And just based on the audio alone, you can tell that they're very obviously having fun doing this.
You gotta do it now or never.
Hey, what's up, Siren? And what's up, Sick? Different time zone, but I still sub on time. Appreciate that, man. How long have you been in Japan now? It's early morning for you, is it not? We're in the middle of a Nightmare Fuel video. Internet's Darkest Corners 6. 1.5 more weeks. Nice.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Right now we're watching a pair of idiotic TikTokers who were like 16 and 17 stealing a chain off of a man's dead body and then using the fact that they found a dead body for clout. Isn't this generation cool?
There's something so uniquely disturbing about it. It's clear that upon finding the body, there was no real emotional impact.
And you can see like the excitement. They're like, oh my God, this is going to do so many views. Look, you can just see the excitement on their faces. They're so happy that they found this body because of this.
Uniquely disturbing about it. It's clear that upon finding the body, there was no real emotional impact on them. At least none that outweighed their desire to steal from it.
Yep, that's what I said.
From this man who had just taken his own life and posting it for all their friends to see as if it were a joke wasn't horrible enough. They then immediately posted this other video to TikTok in an attempt to garner sympathy. It's truly awful, and made even more appalling by reports that claim that the 16-year-old had actually worn this medallion in the TikTok video and in others made following its posting. And unfortunately, their actions had even more upsetting consequences, as the footage from their Snapchat story was quickly downloaded by someone they knew and posted onto an app called Nextdoor, with the footage being totally uncensored.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they found out where they lived because of that, so. Watch out, they've just closed the road. Yeah, yeah.
And it was on this app where it's claimed that many of Marcus Adams' own family members would see the footage, many of whom weren't even aware that he was deceased. Just one day after posting this TikTok, both girls were questioned by the police after the incident and the footage was reported to them. And as a result, Bethany would be charged with theft of a human corpse.
Why does she not look happy? What happened? I thought you were so happy this video was going to do hella views on TikTok. Why aren't you happy? What happened?
Avoid any serious jail time. Meanwhile, theft of a human corpse, but would ultimately avoid any serious jail time. Meanwhile, the 16-year-old's name and charges were never publicly released, but we do know that the medallion was returned to the family. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Bethany would later come back to her TikTok page shortly after her arrest and share her side of the story, where she gave a less than half-hearted apology, while also claiming to be the victim, saying that her friend had pressured her to steal from Marcus, as well as pressured her into making that TikTok in the first place.
Oh, they're not friends anymore?
It would be a hit, though obviously this didn't go over well.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's what's hilarious. You know, they did this just because they thought it would do views. They thought it would do numbers, right? That's the fucking problem nowadays. Nobody thinks about anything in terms of morality anymore. And this was a problem even when YouTube was first coming about. But it's even worse now with like these nuisance streamers and all this other shit. Nothing is off the table. It's all about whether or not it'll do numbers. And if it will do numbers, do it. You know, there's no hesitation. Fucking do it. And yeah, they certainly don't like it when there's consequences for their actions, hey? It's almost like you shouldn't do things like that. But what do I know? I'm just an old man streaming.
1984, 12-year-old Janelle Matthews disappeared from her home in Greeley, Colorado in the evening hours. Earlier that day, she had sung at a Christmas concert with her school's choir, which her parents were unable to attend, as her mother was out of town and her father had gone to her sister's basketball game nearby, leading to Janelle catching a ride home with a friend. being dropped off at her house sometime around 8:15, where she excitedly spoke to her father on the phone, letting him know that she had arrived home safe and sound. Approximately 1 hour later, her father, Jim Matthews, pulled into the driveway to find the garage door wide open and the house completely empty. Janelle was gone, leaving behind her winter coat and even her shoes, despite it being a frigid, snowy night. And it was within that snow that was quickly piling up that lie one of the only real clues left behind at the scene. Footprints leading directly to one of the home's windows, insinuating that someone had been watching Janelle.
12-year-old Janelle Matthews disappeared from her Greeley home 1 month ago today. It's believed she's the victim of a kidnapping. She has not been seen or heard from since December 20th.
Her disappearance became a big news story almost immediately, with the whole community and really the whole country becoming invested in the fate of this girl, thanks in large part to her being one of the very first milk carton kids, meaning that her face and information about her disappearance was shown on countless milk cartons all across the country to get the word out. And as a result, this case became huge in the mainstream media, as even politicians began to make note of Janelle's story, with then-President Ronald Reagan mentioning the girl in one of his speeches.
They also do this at Walmarts, if you guys didn't know. Near the customer service desks at most Walmarts nationwide, they show photos of missing people.
Learned about Jonelle Matthews of Greeley, Colorado. 5 days before Christmas, Jonelle disappeared from her home.
Though even with this publicity, this didn't necessarily guarantee results. And soon, months would turn to years, and eventually to decades. And all the while, Janelle's whereabouts remained a complete mystery. Eventually, the rise of the internet would start to play a key role in this case, where even in the late 2010s, over 3 decades after she had vanished, her case was still being shared and still being discussed, just as it had been 3 decades prior, with it still being a point of contention for politicians, even as recently as 2019. When a man running for governor of Idaho mentioned her disappearance in a Facebook post, 35 full years later. Regardless of Janelle's whereabouts, her case was still...
Since 1984, police have only considered sinister, emotionally charged child abduction possibilities, and they are culpable with resulting vigilantism. The public deserves the uncensored truth, even if it hurts the reputation of local law enforcement. Oh, what's he insinuating? Somebody with law enforcement had to do with it? The United States Attorney for the District of Colorado needs to actively oversee the investigation into the death and disappearance of Janelle Matthews, a human being. Holy shit.
5 full years later. Regardless of Janelle's whereabouts, her case was still very much alive, as the world, and especially Janelle's parents, were haunted by the question, what happened to Janelle Matthews? But sure enough, in late 2019, they would finally get their answer.
Bones found in Weld County earlier this week appeared to bring an end to a 3-decade-long search for a missing 12-year-old girl. The Greeley Tribune is reporting they are those of Jonelle Matthews.
Yep.
On Tuesday, July 23rd, 2019, at roughly 4:50 p.m., a crew had been digging in an isolated field in Weld County, Colorado, in order to install a new pipeline, when they would uncover the decayed remains of a little girl. It was Janelle, still wearing those clothes that she had worn to her recital, meaning she had likely died the very day she disappeared, having been killed by a single gunshot wound to the head. Janelle Matthews had been murdered in cold blood, and almost immediately upon finding her body, the police would also zero in on their suspect. The man's name was Stephen Pankey, and at the time of...
What? The guy who posted about it? It sounded like he was calling somebody else out.
Janelle's disappearance, he had been living in the same general area in Colorado. But by 2019, Stephen had long since fled the area, as after the crime he would eventually pack up seemingly out of the blue and move to Idaho, where when Janelle's body was discovered, he just so happened to be running for governor.
Oh, are they saying that's the reason why he was chosen as the suspect? And he called out law enforcement too, so they could be setting up a frame. Yep.
And during his campaign, Pankey had put out a bizarre Facebook post about Janelle, calling for the Colorado DA to oversee a fresh investigation, as he stated that the local police had wrongly been focused on the theory that Janelle's disappearance was a child abduction and murder, which was quite convenient, as just a few months after posting this, he would be arrested for the abduction and murder of Janelle Matthews. Police believe that Janelle had first caught Stephen's eye when he was working as a janitor at the church she attended, with this leading to him stalking her and eventually abducting her on the
Okay.
fateful night.
I thought this was going in a completely different direction. I thought they were going to say because he was running for governor and he called out the local law enforcement, they chose him as like a person to frame. But it sounds like that is not the case.
Where he threw Janelle in his car and ultimately ended her life, for no reason other than his sick satisfaction. He then proceeded to bury her in a field 20 miles away, in a spot that he was certain no one would ever find her. Now, the evidence supporting this is mainly circumstantial, but it is incredibly concerning. Just one day after Janelle's abduction, Panky decided to take his wife to California in order to celebrate the holidays with his parents, with this trip being completely unplanned, as his wife was only told of it literally the day of. And making things stranger, when they returned home, Stephen's car conveniently caught fire and was burned to a crisp, to which he offered no explanation for. But in response, he would take the car to a local scrapyard where it would be even further destroyed, taking any potential evidence along with it. But while this is all strange enough, police say that the main indicator that Stephen was their man was his clear obsession with Janelle's case. Shortly after the slaying, Stephen began listening and watching any news reports he could on Janelle's case.
Yeah, he was fucking paranoid. He probably aged at fucking 5 times the rate of any other person because he was paranoid that any news that came out might tie it back to him.
While also having his wife read every single article about the missing girl out loud, to which he would often have her repeat them over and over again. But his obsession didn't stop there, as he would then start frequently calling the police, wanting to talk to them about the case, even going as far as to give them potential leads, as he claimed to be fearful that he was going to be blamed for the crime, despite having seemingly never even met her. And it was during some of these many unusual phone calls that he was said to have given details on her disappearance that were never actually made public. His obsession was entirely uncanny, bringing up her disappearance at random even decades later, with his Facebook post being a perfect example. And as it turns out, one of Stephen's most incriminating statements came as a result of something he mentioned in that infamous message. In it, Stephen says that his son Carl had been murdered in 2008, which is in fact true, as the murder was actually fully solved, with it being confirmed that Stephen had nothing to do with it. But when he was mourning the loss of Carl, something unusual happened. His now ex-wife recalled that following Carl's death, Panky never once cried, until the day before his memorial service, where she watched him from a distance walk up to their son's urn and begin to sob.
100% Siren. He clearly was so paranoid that somebody would track him down that he's almost like, have you guys ever encountered someone who lies a lot and then they try to pretend to be somebody who hates liars? You know what I mean? People try to do that shit all the time where they try to play both sides. It's like they know that they did something, so they try to pretend like they're this harbinger of justice trying to solve this thing because they're so guilty that they're just trying to appear like they're the furthest person from the suspect, you know? That's exactly what he did.
Eventually blurting out, "I hope God didn't allow this to happen because of Janelle Matthews." Despite maintaining his innocence to this day, Panky was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 2040, his conviction coming 12,634 days after Janelle Matthews' disappearance, with Panky's cryptic Facebook post serving as a dark relic of his twisted obsession that would eventually expose him as Janelle's killer.
Exactly, yes, the telltale. I was thinking like that. I know there's a piece of like classic literature that, yes, it is exactly like the Telltale Heart.
I want to give a massive shout out to
There's another one written by Ray Bradbury called The Fruit at the Bottom of the Bowl, where at the beginning of the story, now spoilers if any of you guys like to read Ray Bradbury, but spoilers, at the beginning there's a struggle and someone is strangled to death, and the person who did the strangulation starts cleaning the apartment before he leaves because he doesn't want to leave his fingerprints anywhere. But as he's cleaning, he gets so paranoid that he starts to think that anything in the apartment must be cleaned, even if they weren't even in the room. He starts to get so paranoid that he spends 5 or 6 hours cleaning, and at the end of the story, he's in the fucking attic picking up an old fruit bowl and wiping the fruit at the bottom of it, like the fake plastic fruit, until the police come in and arrest him because he's so paranoid. He just never left. When if he would have just left the scene of the crime after a quick wipe down, he probably would have been fine. It's the exact same thing. Like, you do something you're so paranoid about getting caught that you're like asking weird questions about it. It's called The Fruit at the Bottom of the Bowl by Ray Bradbury. Yeah, it's on archive.org, but there's a whole PDF of the story. Wow, that came out in 1948. That's crazy. I didn't realize it was that old. But yeah. That's an amazing story if you guys want to read. I don't know if you guys are into reading, but you definitely got to check out some Ray Bradbury. He's amazing. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, man. And the Facebook post is, in a way, that is some bizarre circumstantial evidence too, because like there was no reason to bring her up in that post. He was talking about his son, and then randomly just does a complete 180 and says, BTW, the DA needs to look into this case. Like, what? Like, what does that even have to do with it, man? I don't know, dude. But you know what's also fucked up is that 3 of those 5 stories had corrupt police in them. See, good criminals can make part of their mind believe they didn't do it. It prevents those mistakes. I think that even people that are like sociopathic, I think even those people slip up eventually. Like, because it's just at the front of your brain that you're always pretending to not be guilty for something, eventually you will slip up, and there have been cases where that's happened. I remember there was one where there was like a husband and a wife, and they were looking for their son, and they used weird comments that the dad made that day to catch him like 25 plus years later. Like they had this footage sitting in a vault for the news org that was helping them search, and they used weird comments he made that very day to eventually pin the crime on him, and it turned out that he was guilty of it. So, you know, I think regardless of how soon it happens, like people like that do eventually slip, and then it happens. Can I find that one? Yeah, it was definitely in one of the darkest in one of the internet's darkest corners, or maybe it was missing persons cases that were solved. Let's see. It'll definitely be ones that we watched.
Jared
Might have been on one of the cold cases solved. See, the good thing about my Nightmare Fuel stuff is that I only really watch 3 YouTubers, Nexpo, Nick Crowley, and Chilling Scares. So the likelihood that it's on one of these 3 channels is like very, very high. I think Nick Crowley's most popular video is Smart Schoolboy 9. Yeah, it is. 11 million views. Holy shit. It was Darkest Moments in TV History 5. Yep. I remember it now. It was one of the darkest moments in TV history. Let's see. Yep, this is the one. Okay.
even already been arrested for his death at one point in 19 long years after Justin Turner's body was discovered.
Okay.
Turner and his stepmother, Megan Renee Turner, in the upstate, both charged with murder.
35 long years after Justin Turner's body was discovered, it would be the very man who found him that was charged for his murder, along with his wife and Justin's stepmother. This supposedly came as a result of improved forensic technology, as well as other information that had previously been unreported, like one account where stepmother Megan had been overheard talking about how she and Justin had gotten into a fight that very morning, with the woman eventually laughing about it and saying, "But I won that fight." From the very beginning, Megan was always considered a suspect in this case. In fact, she had even already been arrested for his death at one point in 1990, but was swiftly released on account of a lack of physical evidence. And this lack of physical evidence is still a factor to this day, as the recent arrest of this couple hinged mainly on circumstantial evidence, with one of the key pieces being that news footage. Investigators pointed out a number of strange moments in Victor's behaviors and actions that day when they went back and reviewed the recording, with the most glaring being that he had found his son literally seconds into the search, entering that camper and going right for the drawer that he was hidden in, almost as if he knew where to look. And given that he owned the property and he owned the camper, it makes more sense as to how Justin's body could have seemingly just appeared there, as he and his wife were the ones who had the easiest access to it. On top of this, upon finding Justin, Victor didn't rush in to check on his condition, and he seemed to just assume he was dead despite only getting a quick glance. He didn't rush to hold him, he didn't yell out to him, he just backed away and told those around him that he had found his son. Shortly after, it's alleged that Victor asked the detective on the scene what would happen if a family member had done this.
See, he knows he's guilty, so he's asked, like, why would you ever ask that question? What would happen if a family member did this? If I'm the person he asked that question to, I'm like, that's the fucking guy.
With this question supposedly being posed before it was even revealed that Justin had been murdered.
Yeah, he doesn't even know he's dead yet, and he's asking questions like this. Like, what the fuck?
The sheriff on the case later proclaimed about the footage. You look at it, you look at the actions, you look at the body language. I'll let the people draw their own conclusion. On top of this, the same sheriff also recalled that right after the body was found, Victor and Megan basically refused to ever speak to detectives again, and they never once called in to check on the case for the entire 35 years. With the sheriff saying, "Nobody that I'm aware of from any of the family has ever heard from them again. I never got one phone call. Not one phone call from his daddy or his stepmother. What are y'all doing about my son's death? Not one. What does that tell you?" Watching the moments that Victor found his son's body, now knowing the context, disturbing doesn't even begin to describe it. And the fact that it took 35 years for this couple to finally be placed behind bars is baffling. But things were about to get a whole lot more shocking.
During our hearing, we requested that the charges against Megan and Vic be dismissed. We were very fortunate today that we got a copy of the order from the judge dismissing the charges against.
Yeah. So if I remember right, they dismissed the charges because of some bullshit related to a polygraph test.
Both Megan and Vic.
As on June 7th, 2024, months after their arrest, Victor and Megan were released from prison and all charges against them were dropped, with the judge citing a lack of any new conclusive physical evidence, as well as the fact that nearly 20 people who were initially involved in the case, including witnesses and those who initially provided key testimony, had since perished, with the judge believing that it was now impossible to get the full story. On top of this, it was also discovered soon after the arrest, a notorious serial killer just so happened to be in the area on the day of Justin's murder. His name was Richard Evanitz, and though it's unknown how many victims he truly has, it appears that at least 4 kidnappings and 3 slayings have been attributed to him, with some of these victims being taken in broad daylight when they were getting off the bus. Richard has long since passed away, and there's really no verifiable links to prove his involvement with this crime, with this potentially being just a strange coincidence, as it is worth noting that it seems like the rest of Justin's family still believe that Victor and Megan had killed him.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, that was also a very similar case where someone's behavior basically outed them, but again, you know, in a fucking even weirder twist, they dropped the charges because they dropped the, oh, what's up, Dr. Red? They dropped the charges because there just wasn't anything new and most people related to the case had passed away. Oh, I actually remember this channel, dude. This reminds me a lot of Marble Hornets, where it was just like these little quick horror like snippets. Yeah, man, I remember this channel. Oh, what's up? What's up, Dr. Red? How are you doing, man? It is not a Stampede G stream until Dr. Red's in the house, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. What would happen if I did this, BTW? If you're going to commit a crime, you probably shouldn't walk up to the cop and say, what would happen if I did this? Like, what the fuck? What a dumb thing to say. It's like, step 1, don't commit the crime. Step 2, if you've committed the crime, definitely don't walk up to the cop and say, what would happen if I did this? That's probably the dumbest thing you could do, but, you know, we're not talking about a smart bunch here.
seems like a nightmare. You're the parent of a 6-year-old boy. From what you can gather, he's terrified of something crawling into his nose.
Yeah, so this was an older channel, which was basically like a precursor to all these analog horror channels now.
More violent. Eventually, he has to be hospitalized. Infections like strep can cross the blood-brain barrier and inflame delicate parts of a child's brain. He's injured at a sleepover party.
Yeah, see, it's like, it's basically, like, it's all fictional, but it's basically just like these small horror snippets. And, yeah, I don't know what happened to this channel. It just kind of stopped uploading after a while. So I don't know. But there were a lot of people I remember that were comparing her to, like, they were saying, oh, this is like the female version of Mr. Nightmare. You know, she's got the soothing voice while talking about the disturbing things. And actually some of the first uploads are very old, like 16 years, 2009 we're talking about. She lost her password 10 years ago. Oh, what's the new account? Yeah, and that was kind of fun about YouTube at the time, was that everybody would theorize about what was real and what was fake back then. That was like the main conversation going on about every YouTube channel at the time. Is it real? Is it fake? You know, greatest freak out ever. Is it real? Is it fake? You know, now that we're older, we know that basically all of it was fake. But, you know, at the time, it wasn't so obvious because YouTube was just starting out and we weren't well versed in what people were willing to do for content and all these different things. So, Dragon Ball Fight Z. Do you mean Fighter Z? Yeah, AGP. Like Angry Grandpa Show, fucking, what's the other one? McJugger Nuggets, like the Psycho Kid stuff, the fucking,
I was very prone to car sickness. As a result, my family would often leave me in the house for days during
the house. You guys, it's so Canadian. The house. Oh, I opened it up in the wrong browser. My bad. My bad.
When I was little, I was very prone to car sickness. As a result, my family would often leave me in the house for days during the vacation season. I appreciated the time to myself and would spend it writing, drawing, or watching television with the volume up far too loud.
This is also like the precursor to r/no sleep. Did r/no sleep come around the same time as this? Because that's where a lot of this stuff is now.
However, once night fell and my eyelids drew heavy, anxiety would flood through me. I'd become jumpy, catching reflections in the movement of every window and mirror. Once, this drove me to do something I've since regretted. I simply left the light in the hall on, allowing it to shine into my bedroom from the thin crack below the door.
You know, I can't help it. But I get a little bit annoyed when people do the intentional vocal fry thing where it's like, at the end of every sentence, they let it trail off to make it sound scarier. That just annoys me. But that's just me. Turns out it's Diddy. I'm sorry. It's not funny. That's not funny. I apologize. I take it back. It's like that fucking thing I sent you earlier, Dr. Red, where it said Five Nights at Diddy's was a fucking fake game cover that they made. So stupid. Alright, one sec, you guys. We have one last Nightmare Fuel video, then we're actually getting to the game. Oh, the reverse will again. What are the chances? The delay, dude. The delay. No, I'm not mocking the channel. I'm just saying my own preferences, you know? What annoys me even more is when people splice the audio to where the next sentence happens right before the current sentence ends. Like, bro, it does not make your video sound well edited. I know. Like, the end of every fucking sentence has to be a jump cut into the next one. It's just absurd, man. Duh, no, you actually haven't missed many streams, Siren. I haven't had the ability to go live very often lately because the weather's been so shitty. Like, I've actually barely even had the ability to go live. I got an email from Twitch that was like, your path to partner. And it was like, if you want to become a partner, you're going to have to stream more often. So that's probably the first time they've ever had to tell me that in the past 5 years. So dumb, dude. Yeah, we've had some terrible weather here, Dr. Red, as well. I wish it was just snow, man. We've had tornado warnings and shit. All right, 5 most disturbing caving videos. Let's get it.
YouTuber Connor Kelly posted a video of him exploring an abandoned McCoy gold mine in the Nevada desert. However,
I would do, you know, 100%. I wish it was snowing here, dude. I'll take it. I would take that over this. I just want it to be hot and sunny. That's all I want it to be. Is that too much to ask? Apparently.
Supposed to be nothing more than a fun adventure with his family, quickly turned into a disturbing experience. One that would likely stay with the group for the rest of their lives. The exploration of this mine...
Yeah, Arizona pretty much stays like that year-round, right? Super dry, hot climate. I should, dude.
Started off quite normal, with the group staying silent to avoid causing an accidental cave-in, as seen by the text they put on screen. However, after about a minute and a half of treading deeper into the mine, Connor noticed something strangely reflective on the path ahead.
I don't know why that you saying the car tires will melt reminded me of that fucking country song. You gotta get a little mud on the tars. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So, do you see that reflection? We're trying to...
Oh, Jesus.
What the? Shoes?
It's shoe.
Oh,
is that like a fossil? Dead animal or human?
Okay, wait, don't move, Wyatt.
Yeah, turn the
what
fuck
they
around.
Found reflecting back at them was a shoe, amongst many more in a massive pile with random bones scattered throughout.
That's a bone right there.
Yep, get the fuck out right now.
A few bones in this.
What made this pile even more odd was the sheer variety of shoes on display. Many of them were clearly very modern, while some were models that were released over 30 years ago. How could such a random assortment of shoes end up in an abandoned gold mine in the middle of nowhere? Things took an even darker turn when the group ventured further into the cave and found a bunch of bones.
Okay, that makes me think this is fake. Why would they venture further in after finding such a thing? No fucking way, dude.
Were clearly very modern. Shoes end up in an abandoned gold mine in the middle of nowhere. Things took an even darker turn when the group ventured further into the cave and found a bunch of bones, including a relatively intact spine.
So this is water flow. It is gonna be great. So we can't trust this.
You don't step any closer.
By this point, the group was growing increasingly unsettled by these disturbing discoveries, prompting them to leave the cave as quickly as possible.
Yeah, chat, is this real? And if it is real, are we cooked? I need to know. Welcome back, Dr. Red.
And
Dr. Red, what do you think of the new... I think I already asked you, but the new profile picture goes hard, hey? It's on Twitch, YouTube, and Discord now, and I am never changing that shit. I like it.
The original video ends without any explanation or resolution. Connor didn't provide any more information in the video's description or in the comments. He posted 4 more videos after this, but none of these videos included any updates on the disturbing encounter either. So, what's going on here? One of the first things that comes to mind...
Fake.
...is that this mine was the collection spot for a serial killer. This would explain both the shoes and the bones. A top comment on the video also backs this theory, stating, "If you ever listen to the Missing 411 videos, you know shoes are a major component of missing or abducted."
You prefer the hot girl I had on Discord? Well, that hot girl was not like an image that I made. That was literally just Escape the Fates dying as your latest fashion cover art. So it's probably best that I don't continue to use that because, you know, it's not mine. You know, it's the band's. It just is a thing. Like, I don't want to use something that's not mine. I like having something that's original and actually is mine.
People, this sent chills down my spine. Which is true. A statistical analysis of the missing 411 data shows that over 15% of the cases involve absent shoes. However,
for some reason I thought you were going to say that hot girl was a hot dude. Well, here's the thing. Have we ever seen the rest of that person's face? Maybe it is, and we just don't know. Maybe it was Ronnie Radke himself on the cover, and we just never knew. Wouldn't that just be the ultimate fucking reversal? That'd be the ultimate 180. As if it was Ronnie himself on the cover the whole time.
This theory isn't entirely likely. For starters, I couldn't find any news reports regarding this mysterious pile of shoes, which is odd since judging from the number of shoes, this supposed killer would have had hundreds of victims. If this pile had such a violent history, it probably wouldn't go unnoticed by the media. More importantly, many people on the internet agree that the bones in the video are not human. The group in the video reaches the same conclusion when looking at the bones for the first time.
No, it looks like a cow or a horse.
It just sounds fake the way that they're talking. No bubes.
Put simply, the odds of this being a serial killer trophy cave are very low. But given the animal bones scattered throughout the area, it's possible it was the feeding spot of a predator like a mountain lion. Though, while that might explain the bones, it offers no clues about the pile of shoes. One theory I haven't seen anyone else bring up is that the shoes might have ended up there because of flooding. You see, the McCoy mine where the video was filmed is located in Lander County, and from what I can find, that area is quite prone to flooding. So it's entirely possible that someone dumped their sneaker collection in the middle of nowhere to get rid of it, only for it to be carried in the abandoned mine with
Who does
rainwater.
that?
A mountain lion could have moved in later, which would explain the bones. The only proof I have of this theory is that the ground in the deepest part of the mine is extremely wet and has water flow marks leading into it. Other than that, it's pure speculation. That said, another potential explanation for both the bones and the shoes is that Connor placed them there himself in hopes of creating a viral video.
True.
People on the internet have pointed out that the bones in the video are a bit too clean for something left in a muddy cave by a predator. Some have also claimed that a few of the bones look like they're inorganic
Shoehorn in case of the end times farther down his socks. Yeah, I think it's just a video they thought would do numbers. Like most of the videos we've watched today or read about.
fabrications. Another inconsistency in Connor's video is that he and his group keep claiming that all the shoes in the pile are kid-sized.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, Wang, that I was doing this because I told you I would do it, and I hadn't done it for like 4 straight streams, so it was time for me to get it together.
He even mentioned that in the video's title, which reads, "Kids' Shoes and Bones Found in Abandoned Mine." Now, while that makes an already creepy situation even more disturbing, it's simply not true. There are plenty of adult-sized shoes visible in this pile. Unfortunately, I doubt we'll ever know what happened here for sure. It's been 6 years since the video was uploaded, and as I mentioned earlier, Connor has vanished completely from the internet ever since.
Gee, I wonder why. Maybe because it was fake
Action
and he doesn't want to
Adventure
admit
Twins is a YouTube channel run by brothers James and Edward. The duo has been exploring dangerous and crammed caves since early 2020. Yet, despite their combined experience, one of them almost lost his life back in 2022. In January of that year, the two decided to explore the popular Petty John's Cave in
Saw the notification, then I know I have 15 to 20 minutes before you get on. Plenty of time to forget the notification. Yep, true.
Georgia.
Very true.
They had already explored parts of this maze-like cave multiple times before, and had even found an underground waterfall during one of their expeditions. Put simply, they were pretty confident in their ability to navigate through this cave. But unlike their previous ventures, this time they were going to tackle one of the hardest sections, the aptly named Nervous Breakdown, referring to how cavers feel when going through it. Things started off...
Hey, appreciate that, Shadow Man. Yeah, shoutouts to Future Mute for that one. He drew that for me from scratch. Yeah, and it goes hard. I like it a lot.
just as expected, with the pair going through the narrow and claustrophobic entrance to reach the first open area of the Pettyjohn's cave.
Jesus, man, it's too claustrophobic. Fuck that.
Whoa, entrance room.
Yeah, Future made that for me.
However, it didn't take long for the cave to begin closing back again, forcing the two to squeeze through tiny passageways. But that was only the beginning. After about 25 minutes of crawling through increasingly tighter spaces, they reached the first big obstacle, a muddy room with a narrow and steep hole in the middle. They had to carefully walk around this hole to progress. A single slip meant falling into the narrow hole and possibly getting injured. And given the lack of safe footing around the hole, it would have been near impossible for the other person to pull them out. After successfully navigating around this obstacle, they finally arrived at the entrance to Nervous Breakdown. Unfortunately for them, things weren't looking good. The area surrounding this entrance had collapsed some time ago, making it very difficult to figure out the path ahead. After looking around for a bit, Edward eventually found the real entrance and was excited to go in. He genuinely couldn't wait to find out what was down there and began his descent, leaving his brother behind in case something bad happened. What he didn't realize was that this was about to be one of the worst decisions he'd ever make. Because after descending for a few minutes, Edward called for his brother only to be met with complete silence.
I found a rope.
Oh no, I know you. Yeah, we are, Snipple. Oh, well, I see you on YouTube, by the way. Yeah, I'm live on both now because I think I said this before, but it's because I didn't want to have to bother exporting all the stuff to like its own live stream. So now if I just go live on YouTube, YouTube always has the archive and I can just update the info later. But yeah, this is apparently a video where one of them almost died. All jokes aside, it looks nice. No, I know you weren't hating or anything. And I love that old profile picture too. I mean, I used it for fucking 10 plus years, but it was time for a change.
Huh. I don't hear James anymore. Uh-oh.
In other words, Edward was now lost in an unknown section of the cave without any means of contacting his brother. At first, he tried to stay calm and continued his descent, hoping to find James before long. However, after staying separated for over 30 minutes, the realization set in. He knew panic was the fastest way to make a bad situation worse, but at this point, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease.
James! James!
What even?
It's been like 30 minutes since I last saw him.
Yeah, like what even happened?
I don't even know where I'm at. I tried to go back to the last place I saw him, and everything just looks the same. It's just a jumble maze. We should have never split up.
After calling out to James many times with no luck, he decided to retrace his steps and find the way back. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the difficulty of the maze he was about to enter. Every direction looked the same. The narrow passages and jagged walls made it impossible to tell where he had come from. To top it all off, his situation was getting worse with each step he took. If he went the wrong way, he could easily wedge himself into a passage too tight to escape, or worse, plunge into a hidden drop-off. This is the true horror of caving. Even if he didn't injure himself, he could have just as easily wandered around aimlessly until his body gave way into exhaustion, leaving him lifeless in a cold, rocky crevice. The footage of him excitedly dropping into the Nervous Breakdown entrance would have ended with the camera recording his descent into confusion, fear, and eventually silence. Fortunately, that wasn't the end of his story. After going in loops for a while, Edward spotted a single piece of tape he saw on his way down.
Oh.
Jesus, one piece of tape.
Yeah. Okay, this tape looks familiar. Oh, yeah. This has got to be the way. I'm getting close. James! Still nothing.
This unexpected clue turned out to be exactly what he needed. It helped him regain his bearings and finally head in the right direction. Finally,
that's why in their stuff after this, they leave markings for themselves if it's not already marked. Yeah, I saw this one had like millions of views. Like this is a close fucking call, man. This is the type of thing that would get me to stop doing this altogether.
He heard the best sound he could have heard in that moment.
James! Oh. You're over here? Oh. Dude. This place is a maze, man. Oh, hey, I see your light. Dude. I thought we were never gonna see each other. Dude, I know. Oh.
The two stayed together for the rest of the expedition and made it out alive without any major injuries. They're still exploring caves on YouTube, but now with a lot more caution.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen ones where they go into caves and they're flooded and they have to like in some of the crevices are so tight that they have to put a piece of plastic underneath either their stomachs or behind their backs so that they can force their way through the super narrow crevices. It's like, why, dude? Why would you do that?
In January of 2014, a group of cave explorers decided to conquer the Lost John's Cave in Lancashire, England. It's a vast cave network that spans...
Still love watching their videos, still would never go into one. Fuck that. Yeah, no way. And it's like, in that moment, like he genuinely must have been thinking like, holy shit, I might become a statistic, you know? Like just the thought of that is fucking crazy.
A length of nearly 3 miles or 4.8 kilometers. The known deepest section of this cave also goes down a staggering 690 feet or 211 meters. Most members of this group had been spelunking for years, and like most other cave explorers, were quite confident in their skills. They had also done their research and mapped out their route in advance. But the truth about caving is when things go wrong, no amount of planning can save you. Even the most experienced and well-prepared explorers can find themselves in terrifying situations.
I'm not going to diss people's hobbies, but it gets to a point where it's not a hobby, just testing your luck, and the moment it runs out, you deal with one of the worst possible ways to go. Yeah, it's like those people who are into keeping venomous snakes. Like, there were two guys mainly on YouTube. There was Tyler, I forget what his last name was, but then there was Chandler's Wildlife, and they both were into keeping venomous snakes, and they both have lost fingers to bites now, and they're very lucky to still be alive. It's like, dude, eventually, when you're in a hobby like that, yeah, you will lose, like you will get bitten. It's just a matter of time. I'd have to lose a few more pounds to fit in, but some definitely couldn't go alone. Yeah, and I was saying earlier, like, to a lesser extent, you see this for people that are into like skydiving or skateboarding and stuff, where they get injured and the instant they're healed from that injury, they're right back at it. It's like, that's their passion in life, and I'm not going to knock it, but God, what a dangerous fucking thing to just do as a hobby. Yeah, Steve Irwin with the Stingray. But yeah, it's crazy, man.
Is exactly what happened to one of the members of this group, named Bob Johnson. The expedition was going quite smoothly in the beginning, with the group using the equipment they brought with them to continue safely.
Yeah, free solo climbers are just fucking like, and there's also the dudes who like scale skyscrapers and have to be stopped by the fire department. No climbing gear of any kind. They're just straight up climbing the side of a building and hope that like there's not a strong gust of wind or whatever that could knock them off.
That is until they reached a section of the cave called the Tube. It was an unusually narrow section that required the cavers to crawl on their stomach. And to make matters worse, it was also partially submerged in water, making it difficult to both see and breathe. Despite these harsh conditions, the group decided to move ahead. The slimmest member of the group went first and successfully made it to the other side without much trouble. The next person, however, wasn't as fortunate. This was Bob Johnson, the man we mentioned earlier. His crawl through the tube wasn't off to a good start, as he was already having issues with the comparatively wider sections of the passage. He then somehow managed to reach the tightest part of this treacherous section, but that's where his luck ran out. He was completely stuck from the waist down, and any attempt to free himself only made the situation worse. Now, being stuck in a narrow cave like this is extremely stressful.
Yeah, then add the water on top of it.
On its own. The walls close in on you, and every movement feels like it's pushing you further into the tight space. Panic sets in as you realize just how little room you have to maneuver, and with each failed attempt to free yourself, the fear intensifies. But as if the confined space wasn't enough to make his heart race, Bob now had to contend with something far more terrifying, the rapidly flowing water. Water makes any caving venture...
Yeah, and now he's blocking the flow, so now it's going to fill up in front of him. Yeah, exactly. And if he was able to get through this situation, he still has to do it again to get out. So it's like, why the fuck?
10 times worse. In a dry cave, even if you're stuck, you still have time to think and plan your escape. But when water starts to rise, the situation shifts from bad to life-threatening. The feeling of water creeping up around you in an already claustrophobic space is a nightmare on its own. The real danger with water, however, is that you have mere minutes before drowning becomes a very real possibility. Bob knew this possibility all too well. He gave his all to free himself. Unfortunately, the water was quickly filling up his suit, making it even more difficult to squeeze through. But when the situation seemed hopeless, one of the members had an idea that ended up saving Bob's life. Instead of pushing forward, the members behind him tried pulling him back, and it worked. Bob was finally free.
So how long did it take you to get out? When I was in high school, we used to do some caves in southern Illinois for our geology class field trip. I look back at it now and think my school must have been crazy to let us go in some of the places we went to. Belly crawling in 8 inches of water in a 12-inch high passage, etc. was fun though. He said, got pulled out of the tube by 2 others behind me. It took another 3 hours of intense crawling to exit the cave another way. 3 hours. And after that too, he must have been exhausted, so.
Though his troubles weren't over. He later revealed in a comment that him and the 2 members who pulled him back had crawled for another 3 hours to get out of the cave from a different exit. This incident also left it.
No, they were trying to go further in, but they basically decided to stop and turn around because he got stuck.
Traumatized to the point where you can't even watch this video without becoming anxious. From what I can find, he scaled back on caving and picked up a much safer hobby in cycling, and now appears to be doing just fine. On the 7th of September 2020,
again, these guys.
The Action Adventure Twins YouTube channel posted a video exploring a mysterious cave someone found on their property. This is the same channel we talked about earlier, where the 2 brothers got separated and almost lost their lives in the maze-like cave. They've learned their lessons since and approached this one with far more caution. But with an entrance as life-threatening as this one, even the best precautions could...
There's some caves in southern Illinois and Kentucky. This looks like Kentucky.
...have proven to not be enough.
Alright, so the guy dropped us off halfway up the hill, and he doesn't know anybody who's been down this thing, but we were at the cave. He says he threw a rope down it with a rock and it was 200 feet deep before it stopped. So we got this stick here. We're gonna see if our rope reaches. It's still, oh, you were right, it kept going.
This alone is enough to terrify most people, with one person stating,
"This channel's giving me a new fear about walking in the woods. The fact that you could just slip and fall down a hole like that is insane." Yeah, well, New York City is like that too. If like 1 square of the sidewalk, if you fell through that, you would be dead too. Now, every time I go, I wonder how many massive voids are right below my feet that I could fall into at any moment.
This channel has given me an instinct that I could fit their rope to a nearby tree and begin descending into the steep cave. What they found inside was nothing short of breathtaking. That tiny opening gave way to a vast chasm.
Oh, wow. Yeah. This is a big one, man.
However, before they could fully take in the beauty of the cavern...
A lot of the ones they go in are Appalachia. Yeah.
Things took a dark turn. Just seconds into the cave, the 2 discovered what looked like human remains scattered throughout.
That's comforting. Human bones, huh?
Look how big they are. Dude, look behind you. There's like a little shrine of them.
There's like, oh, that's a cranium.
Dude, is that a human?
Nah, I don't know. It's awfully round.
Yeah, that looks human, man.
That doesn't necessarily make, I don't know. I'm not a bone expert.
Dude, and the fact that this guy just said, hey, check out this cave on my property.
From there, they continued exploring the cave as it kept getting bigger the further they went into it. They also discovered old caving equipment like ropes and harnesses already secured to the walls, a detail that only deepened the mystery surrounding the bones they had found earlier. If they did belong to a person, as the two suspected, it was possible they belonged to a previous explorer. This explorer likely had an accident and died in the cave without ever making it out. On their way in, they did find scattered bones right below the entrance. These were likely the remains of people who accidentally fell into the otherwise unassuming hole. However, the bones they found further inside were too far from the entrance to have belonged to someone who simply fell in. It's also possible that these remains belonged to the victim of a deranged killer. Someone who either had ended a person's life within the cave, or maybe threw the person into the hole and later dragged their body further into the cave.
I would say more likely someone that fell or was swept into the water that flows into the cave. Yeah, it looks like somebody that fell near the entrance, but I mean, there is caving equipment in there. Why wouldn't they take it with them as they left?
Some people, however, weren't convinced.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is YouTube in a nutshell. Everything is fake. Fake clickbait old video. All videos are so badly fake. LOL, so fake. You could tell by the way they talk. Like I said, don't give in, unsubscribe, making these fake guys rich. Fake, don't give in, guys. YouTubers rig stuff up and get paid way too much money. Defund YouTubers.
And accuse the brothers of faking the whole thing, especially since the way Edward and James handled some of these remains felt a bit too casual. That said, while YouTubers faking these finds to get a viral video isn't uncommon, this one turned out to be true. The video received several comments from experts confirming that these remains were indeed real and human, with one such person writing, "My girlfriend and I are watching from Canada. We're both paramedics, definitely a human femur and a human cranium. But this raised an even bigger question. When did the owner of these bones pass away? If they disappeared into the cave in the last few decades, this discovery could end up cracking an unsolved case. I ended up contacting the action-adventure twins to see what they had to say or if they had made any police reports afterwards. We ended up contacting the authorities about the bones. They were determined to be human, and were apparently a Native American that either slipped and fell into the pit cave or was thrown in there after death and are 2,000 years old. While this did rule out the possibility that these bones belonged to someone more recent, the despair of whoever ended up in that cave alone 2,000 years ago is just as impossible to ignore. They likely fell into the cave, somehow survived the fall, and ended up starving to death while looking for a way out.
I mean, if you look at their channel, their videos aren't "we found X in Y cave." The remains stuff is not on brand for their content. Yeah, it would be one thing. Yeah, you're right. It would be one thing if they're like, "You won't believe what we found in this cave," but that's not what they do. So if they did fake this, that would not be in line with what they normally do.
On October 28, 2004, 50-year-old Australian airline pilot and scuba diver David John Shaw broke the world record for the deepest successful dive in history. He achieved this by reaching a depth of 270 meters in Bushman's Hole, one of the deepest freshwater caves in the world. The sole purpose of this dive was to break the record. However, when he reached the bottom, he found something that stopped him in his tracks. He found the body of Dion Dreyer, a 20-year-old scuba diver who died in that.
Oh my god, yeah, caving itself is bad enough, but cave diving? Holy shit, man. I gotta get some more coffee, dude. This shit is getting crazy. Just a sip, because we're actually still pretty early on here. It's not even 9 p.m. yet, is it? Nah, it's 8:30. We're chilling. All right, let's get back to it, gamers. Appreciate that, Dr. Red. Oh, what the fuck? Why was my echo on? I'm liking this fresh cut, by the way. Shoutouts to Bridget for this cut. We went a little bit shorter on the bangs than we usually do, but with the hat, it's all right. It doesn't look too disheveled. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get back to the video. Took 1 quintillion years, but I unlocked Blue Goku in Fighter Z, Dragon Ball Fighter Z even.
Cave 10 years ago. Since humans start seeing the purpose of this dive was to break the record. However, when he reached the bottom, he found something that stopped him in his tracks. He found the body of Dion Dreyer, a 20-year-old scuba diver who died in that cave 10 years ago. Since humans start sinking after a certain depth, Dion's body never floated back to the surface. Given the extreme difficulty and danger of diving this deep, any plans to retrieve his body were also cancelled at the time of his death. However, a plaque in his name was installed near the diving point of Bushman's Hole, which is how Dave knew what he was looking at. After staring at the body in shock for a few seconds, Dave immediately got closer and tried to retrieve Dion. Unfortunately, after a decade in the water, his tanks were firmly stuck in the mud. More importantly, Dave had already spent too much time at that depth. Staying any longer would have been fatal. So he decided to tie a line to Dion's body and return to the surface with the newfound information.
Jimmy Hoffa.
Wasn't very steep. And when I saw the body over to my left, I thought, oh, that's the end of going deep. So just tied my line to it. And by then I was, well, we won't discuss that. So I just left my line.
The news of Dion's body being discovered spread quickly, eventually culminating in Dave talking to his parents and promising to retrieve it. After a couple of months of preparation,
I've heard of this. We watched a video about this. I won't spoil it, but let's just watch. We've watched a video about this before from a different channel, though.
Next dive was scheduled for January 8th, 2005. Unfortunately, Dave's heroic attempt to bring closure to Dion's parents ended in a catastrophe far worse than anyone could have imagined. Cave diving, aka underwater cave exploration, is far more dangerous than regular spelunking. The divers have to manage their oxygen levels at all times, avoid often sharp rock formations, and explore the cave system in a far darker environment, because even the brightest flashlights aren't as effective underwater.
Isn't it also true that when you're in an environment like this, if you're not breathing strictly from your oxygen tank, you could be breathing in things that are like extremely toxic? I mean, obviously you have to when you're underwater, but in caves in general, isn't it true that some like pockets within the cave can build up really noxious gases that can kill you? I feel like I've heard of that happening before. So you have that combined. Yeah, stagnant air pockets can be lethal. Yeah, it's like you're breathing in fucking nitrogen and other things, like things that you're not supposed to breathe in directly. And I mean, obviously you're going to be completely unsuspecting because you can't see it floating there, you know, it's not a colored gas. It's just, you can't see it, but it can kill you. So that just doubles the threat. Yeah, take air quality meters with them now. That's a good call.
All while making sure they don't get lost. Add in the immense pressure of 270 meters of water above, it becomes an almost insurmountable challenge, one that only a handful of people on the planet are capable of overcoming. So everything needed to be perfect for Dave's operation to succeed. He worked with police divers, the defense force, and medics to ensure everything went smoothly, and they planned the dive second by second. According to the plan, Dave would use the line he tied earlier to reach Dion's body. After cutting it loose and putting it in a special body bag, he would begin his descent. This descent would have taken around 12 hours to avoid decompression sickness. So instead of holding on to Dion's body the entire time, Dave would pass it along to his longtime friend Don Shirley at 220 meters. Don would then hand it over to support divers located at various depths and keep checking on Dave for any issues. Sadly, this is not how it went. An hour and a half after the dive began, the surface crew received an ominous message from the support divers, claiming that they hadn't seen any activity from Dave or Don. Shortly after, another message reached the surface. This one was from Don, stating that he's seeing Dave in the distance and he's not moving.
Don said Don's okay. Dave's looking okay.
While this message was making its way to the surface, Don tried to reach Dave himself. He exceeded his target depth, which resulted in his rebreather controller imploding. This also led to him suffering from oxygen poisoning and vomiting while 220 meters under the water. Fortunately, he managed to keep hold of the line and was eventually pulled out of the water still breathing. Dave, however, didn't make it. But when rescue teams pulled out his body, they made a shocking discovery. Dion's body was attached to the recovery line as well. Following the recovery, investigators looked at the footage captured by the waterproof camera mounted on Dave's head. This is what they saw. Though I should mention, I couldn't find the raw
Yeah, oxygen poisoning is the thing.
Footage from that camera. The only clip of it online is narrated by Don himself, Dave's best friend who we just talked about, who almost died trying to save his life. The footage shows Dave moving alongside the line to find Dion's body, and then trying to put it in the bag. Unfortunately, this is where the plan started falling apart. Dion's body was unexpectedly loose from the mud and was moving around uncontrollably. Dave tried to complete his mission despite this, only to end up getting tangled in the line.
This line is just getting everywhere because this body is floating. It's not stuck. Everything's moving. Right, light gets caught on the line there. Move it out of the way. Still got a nice bright light.
All this effort caused him to neglect his gauges, resulting in Dave feeling the effects of nitrogen narcosis, which include poor judgment, trouble concentrating, and reduced muscle and nerve function. Put simply, he lost everything he needed to survive at that depth. He tried to cut the tangled line, but the lack of coordination made it near impossible. As he was struggling to stay conscious, the last thing he saw was the terrifying view of Dion's lifeless face mask staring back at him. Shortly after this, Dave passed away. The only silver lining was that the tangled line kept Dion's body close to Dave, allowing him to successfully complete his mission by recovering the body, only at the cost of his own life.
Now they could use drones, yeah. I definitely think they have ways to go to those depths without having to actually send somebody down. But again, this was 20 years ago, January 2005, so... Yeah. Oh, Action Adventure Twins actually commented and said, I wish we could say the cave-in got safer after the nervous breakdown, but we've had way too many close calls. I lost my brother and can't see or hear him anymore. Let me continue going downwards instead of turning around now. Like, dude? That's one of the top comments on here. Again, a panic attack losing track of someone in a grocery store. I don't know if I could do it if I lost contact with someone in a dark, cramped cave. It's horrifying to think Dave's last moments of life were face to face with a dead body staring back at him. Yeah, for real. That is... I think it was a Mr. Ballin video that I saw that story on before. But yeah. The main reason I love this guy's videos is because his voice actually matches the vibes. Yeah. I fucking hate when it's like a video about something disturbing and it's this caver. You won't believe what this caver found nearly 200 feet below the surface. They all talk like that. I'm like, dude, what in the fuck is this? Scared of deep water, but I absolutely would follow my brother down to help him. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Caving is one thing, like Snipple said, caving is one thing, but cave diving is a whole other thing that I wouldn't even touch with a fucking 300-foot pole. What's up, John? What the fuck? What's up, dude? You know that used to be 10,000. In fact, I might push it back up to 10,000. I might very well do that. Like, apparently caves have their own currents too. Yeah. And from what we saw, and the thing is, when you're in a cave like this, okay, you can't just get help. Because there's a lot of situations where if someone tries to help you, they could end up in the same situation as you. How do I feel about my guy, the Rizzler? Who's my guy? What are you talking about? Who's my guy exactly? I don't recall. Who even is the Rizzler exactly? Some people say it's XQC. There's a couple other people. Are you talking about Darkside Phil? No way is he a Nintendo ambassador. DSP's annual birthday bash marathon. Oh my god, he's putting together McDonald's Minecraft toys right now, I think. The guy that does the popcorn tricks at the theater. See, John, you and me and Lucan were actually talking about like the stock market and finances the other day in Dave's stream, and I was just thinking like I should reach out to John about this. The Rizzler is a person. You sang his song, huh? You mean the sticking out your yacht for the Rizzler? Who is the Rizzler? The Rizzler is Christian Joseph, a social media personality from New Jersey known for his Riz face. A facial expression involving squinting eyes, pursed lips, and a chin stroke, popularized by the Gen Alpha slang term Riz for charisma. Thank you, Google AI Overview. I didn't even know that. I just thought it was a dumb song that was talking about the term. Have I seen the RT USA video where he explains why he deleted his YouTube channel? No. Let's watch that and then we'll start the game. I'd stay away from the market. Right now, we're not at the bottom yet. Yeah, Lucan was telling me that right now it's like a huge overreaction to obviously tariffs and stuff. But he was saying that now would be ultimately a good time if you just waited out a little bit till things go to as low as possible. He was like, now would be a good time since we're in an overreaction. Look, dude, I just need guidance. It just is so, I'm just paranoid. I don't know what it is. I'm just paranoid that I'm going to invest in something and fucking lose all of it. Like already, if you were to buy, it would be a good thing. When did that video get uploaded, Dr. Ed? Is it a recent thing, or are you talking about when he initially deleted the channel? Because that was a while back. I forget what he said, but like clearly, whether he wants to admit it or not, 4 days ago, okay. Whether he wants to admit it or not, clearly the reason why he deleted it was because he didn't want the channel to go below 1 million subscribers. I mean, that's just the reality. Thought about buying this, but my last venture with stocks didn't go so well. Oh. Yeah, see, that's the thing, dude. Like, and I had some coworkers who thought crypto was going to be their thing. And here's how it always went. Let me tell you about this. Now, this was at an old job. So I had a couple coworkers that were like, oh, you know, yeah, guys, like I'm getting into crypto, and they're talking about all these different coins, and they're like, now I don't want to hear in a couple years that you thought it was all a scam and that's why you didn't invest. They're still working there. And I thought about asking them, hey, whatever happened to that crypto thing? But you can tell it clearly didn't work out because they're still working there. So I'm like, well, that's a cautionary tale. That's a cautionary tale. And I'm just seeing all these examples of people like just losing a bunch of money in crypto. The reality is, unless you're an insider who knows when to sell, you're going to get rug pulled. It's too volatile. There's too many factors. You can find success, but it's not. It's very much luck based, or you just have to have insider knowledge and be the person rug pulling, which is a morality issue at that point too. Okay. What do they call it? Lolcow basement or whatever? The basement is what he calls it. Why I deleted hashtag ReviewTechUSA, the full story. Oh, it actually doesn't have a lot of dislikes. Dude, I figured up the value of crypto I had a while ago. It made me sad that I sold it for a little over 200 then. Yeah. That's true too. Wasn't there that one guy that like bought a pizza with he bought a pizza with like a couple hundred Bitcoin, which would be worth in easily like 7 figures now. If not way more, right? Would have been around 18K now. Yeah. Like this guy bought a pizza with a couple hundred Bitcoin a few years back, which would have been easily worth in the millions now. Like that guy's probably kicking himself every day that he thinks about that shit. All right, let's watch this video. Why I deleted Review Tech USA. And then as soon as this video's over, we play Resident Evil 3. Deal? Deal. Pizza was 10. Oh my God, 10,000 Bitcoin. Oh yeah, isn't there also a guy who has a hard drive sitting out there in the ether that he can't get access to? Like there's a guy that has a hard drive with hundreds of Bitcoin on it, but he couldn't remember the password for Windows or something to get into it. Or like he had BitLocker encryption on it and he can't remember the password to get in it. Yeah, oh my God, that's a nightmare situation, dude, because after you enter the password incorrectly on BitLocker a certain amount of times, your only option is to wipe the hard drive. His wife threw it out and he bought his local dump. Yeah. I think they eventually ended up finding it. Oh, yeah. Have you guys seen this thing? Who's the guy that invented Bitcoin? Satoshi Nakamoto is the name used by the presumed pseudonymous person or persons who developed Bitcoin. So there's an acronym that people are using. And they say that it's based on popular Japanese companies. So Satoshi would be Samsung and Toshiba. Nakamoto would be Nakamichi and Motorola. So a lot of people think that the creators of Bitcoin are using Satoshi Nakamoto as a pseudonym, but realistically, it's like large Japanese companies that actually created it because it's a shortened version of Samsung, Toshiba, Nakamichi, and Motorola. That would make sense. I would agree. Not Japanese companies, just companies. Yeah, the Japanese part, I just made that shit up. No. No, it is that. They're not exclusively Japanese companies. That's just a theory that, it could be a lot of companies who actually created it, but they're attributing it to this one mystery person. And some people think it's like the CIA, this, that, and the other. There's a lot of different things. Some people say it's a joint plan between the US and Japanese governments. Yeah, I've also seen that people think that it's a full-on acronym, like here's the acronym, AI. Pulled it up for me. Fucking Google. Secure autonomous transactions over shared hashes infrastructure. Then for Nakamoto, nodes, algorithmic key authentication mechanism, yes, open source operations. I highly doubt that. So secure autonomous transactions over shared hashes, infrastructure nodes, algorithmic key authentication mechanism on open source operations. That's what people think it stands for. But I highly doubt it. It's just one of those things where like, it's most likely is not a single person that invented Bitcoin. But I don't know. I worked on a crypto project back in 2017. The treasury got scammed out for 200 BTC with an elementary school level phishing email. Shit was embarrassing. Yeah, for real. Dude, I've heard a lot of stories. I remember in high school, we knew a couple dudes that had Bitcoin. I can't remember. I remembered when I was in theater. Like I was on the speech and debate team, and there were a couple of fucking theater kids talking about having Bitcoin and how it was cool and stuff. And I'm like, I wonder if they hang, they hung on to those. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure it was. Yes, we went to school in the South, so we literally went to school with a dude named Jim Bob, and we're not making that up. It's a real person, by the way. He called himself Jim Bob like that was his name. No, we did not go to school with a Cletus. It wasn't that southern, dude. Damn. Just because there was chew spit baked into the floors in every locker area does not mean that someone went there named Cletus, okay? Yeah, it wasn't even his legal name. I think his actual name was just Jim, wasn't it? Or James. He literally preferred to go by Jim Bob. Yeah, it was James. Yeah. I'm sorry for that emote, by the way. That's... All right. So why did he delete Review Tech USA? If you guys don't know, really quick, Rich is referred to as a lol cow, which means that he is just somebody who continually fucks up on the internet and people constantly make fun of him because of that. Now, this situation, he had a YouTube channel with over 1 million subscribers, and a documentary came out basically exposing a lot of the lol cow dumb shit that he had done over the years, and his channel started rapidly losing subscribers. I grew up in the Midwest, basically the South without accents and worse winters, no hate. Yeah, and worse springs and summers too. Midwest is like tornado fucking central, dude. Unless you're really far up north, like North Dakota. Anyway, he had a YouTube channel over 1 million subscribers, okay? And he mainly got that off the back of what they call regurgitating gaming news. He would read an article from IGN or GameSpot or whatever, and he would just restate the article and like give his opinions on it. So, and it would usually just be over like Call of Duty gameplay. So it's like there really wasn't much substance, but it got views. Okay, so anyways, this documentary by June the King came out basically calling him out for all the dumb shit he had done over the years. And his YouTube channel was at like 1.1 million subscribers, and it started going down. And he was at like 1,050,000. Like he was 50 people away from it dropping down below 1 million subscribers, and then he deleted the channel. Which, I'm not a business expert, but I'm fairly certain that any business expert in the world would tell you that deleting a YouTube channel with that type of numbers is a fucking horrible financial decision. I don't think anybody would dispute that. So the only thing that most people theorized is that he did this purposefully because he didn't want to see the channel go below 1 million subscribers because he thought it would make him look bad. So this is apparently his full explanation. This is like 9 months after he did this, by the way. Now he's going to tell us why he deleted the channel. So I'm curious to hear this one.
This is weird. I'm not used to...
Also, why does he have a green screen on? You can see his arm like fading out of existence.
Making an actual YouTube video. I'm just used to turning on the freaking camera and live streaming. But I thought it was time to make a video, for those of you who know me, discussing why I shut down Review Tech USA and got rid of the channel and simply just didn't archive it or whatever. I know I owe a lot of people an explanation with that, and I wanted to make sure that everything was settled first. And
What's up, Kendo? You were already here, but I was gonna say, are you talking about me? Dude, my hairline is strong. I know what you're talking about. You know what's funny though? Rich actually looks way better with a hat on. He should wear a hat more often.
Drama was subsided, which it is. As a matter of fact, Jay and I are friends again. It's in a weird way like nothing ever happened. So I'm like, you know what? It's April.
Oh, the 2 years. Let's go, Kendo. You're at your 2 years, man. You got your silver chainsaw. Let's go, dude. A lot of you guys are coming up on 3 years. That's actually insane. Like, Wang is 4 months away from a 3 year.
This isn't an April Fool's joke. Now is a perfect time to do it. So I got some notes here. I'm just going to be shooting from the hip, not really doing any editing, even if I stutter or screw up. So I know this needed.
This was him? Oh, wait, is this? Oh, that's display capture. I was like, what the hell? This isn't in Chrome. I need to switch over to Chrome.
Hello? Russ?
Oh my God. I can't show this, John. I literally can't show this. because last time somebody linked me a TV show clip like this, it shut down the whole YouTube stream. It was that show called The Robot or whatever. But or post it in the Discord and YouTube links, and I will take it out. I'll take a look. Congrats. What do you mean? Oh, on the 2 years? But is that the guy, Russ Hanneman, who had all the Bitcoins on a hard drive? Yeah, fuck YouTube streaming for that reason, for sure. They gave me a copyright violation for Homecoming as well. I don't know, man. I'm overwhelmed, okay?
Somehow I got to 1 million subs on it. And
Okay.
I think now is the time. So
Tell us, Rich, please explain to us why you deleted 1 million sub YouTube channel.
for those of you who don't know me, I used to have a 1 million+ sub channel called Review Tech USA, where it was mostly that we did gaming news, and we also talked about current events and drama and things like that. It was a mess of a channel, but somehow I got to 1 million subs on it.
No, me too, Siren, me too.
I did it full time as a job since 2013, and
He was a billionaire in the show, and his net worth went below $1 billion, and he's calling in those two to give them the bad news. Yeah.
2019 is when I really started to lose interest in it. You know, I wanted to, I was live streaming. I liked live streaming better. I thought it was more fun. I thought because I could, especially after the apocalypse and how.
I'm sorry to say this because it's going to sound like a call out, but live streaming is also lazier. And that's why a lot of people, including me, prefer to live stream sometimes, because YouTube requires you to do serious thought and planning and production and editing. And there's some times where I don't feel like doing all that shit. I would just rather just sit here, click start streaming and talk. So I totally agree there. Streaming is way more fun. YouTube feels like work sometimes.
How picky YouTube got with what you could talk about. You could talk about whatever you want to on live streams, and you could still make a living.
Apocalypse, yeah.
I like talking about whatever the hell I wanted to. And there were a lot of times, Jay could verify this, that I wanted to step away and just go over to live streaming or change completely what I was doing. And it wasn't just him, but many other people who had my best interest at heart that wanted me to stick to it. So it's not completely on them. It was, for those of you who know the Rich Tomorrow meme, where I would change my mind, but there would be a lot of times where I was like, look, man, I want to step away from doing like gaming news, current events. And they were like, you're out of your mind. Don't do that.
Yeah, it's like, dude, this was his cash cow for the longest time. Him doing these videos, even if they weren't like great videos, they got fucking views. So yeah, I'm sure they paid his bills, but he was probably fucking hating it. Much like James, AVGN, Angry Video Game Nerd, he clearly is sick to death of playing AVGN, but he has to continue to do it because every episode he uploads still gets like 1 million views. So he has to keep on putting on the outfit, even though he's in his mid-40s now. He has to keep on putting on the outfit and playing the nerd, even though he's sick to death of it. It's really kind of sad to watch, dude. To watch him have to keep putting that godforsaken outfit on.
And, you know, I always did. I'm like, you know what? They talked sense into me, even though I wasn't into it. And I would go back to doing gaming news. Even though I really didn't give a flying crap about doing gaming news. So live streaming really started to become most of my income, or a good portion of my income, maybe.
Hey, if I'm in my 40s until they start paying me, I'll start taking it off, dude. I'll go have my own hats made with that G for Stampede G. I'll go have my own hats made with that before I continue wearing this into my 40s. He shouldn't have sold his soul to the machine. I saw a YouTuber the other day say, my greatest fear is that I'll be 60 years old still doing Squarespace ad reads. That's valid.
Maybe that's an exaggeration, saying most. And combined with the fact that I liked it more, and I was just kind of going through the motions with Review Tech USA, I knew back in 2019 that it was on borrowed time. Even though everyone thought they convinced me to stick to it for indefinitely, I knew that I'm like, yeah, there's going to be one day there's going to be a straw that breaks the camel's back, and I'm going to step away from this channel. one of those times, for those of you who are familiar with my lore, where I really, really, really wanted to be done, was after I got a warning from YouTube regarding Quantum TV. If you know that situation, you know they were looking for an excuse to shut people up regarding...
Yeah, so Quantum TV was a very bizarre TV reviewer. I think they actually ended up going to jail, that guy. But Quantum TV was literally a TV reviewer. And I'm assuming the name comes from like the quantum dot display technology. But he ended up getting into just YouTube drama after YouTube drama, arguing with everybody. You know, doxing happened. And all this was over like disagreements about TV technology originally. And Rich was in that crossfire, so they were like, there was like doxing occurring and phone calls to police being made and all kinds of other crazy shit. So that's why he's not elaborating, because he doesn't want to reopen that.
In Quantum, I'm not going into the whole story. And they said a picture I had of him with a poorly photoshopped cucumber on his mouth was too sexual. No, I'm not kidding. And at that point, I'm like, the system is rigged, man. I'm like,
the fact that drama channels even exist, let alone thrive, makes me sad. Yeah. So I know you said you hate the word adpocalypse, and I promise I won't be pausing much more at all. But the reason why YouTube is so strict on things now is because that situation forced them to create a whole new structure for whether or not you're able to monetize your videos. When you upload a video and you intend to make money from it now, you have to answer a whole like 10 to 15 questionnaire situation where it's like, does it have this? Does it have this? Does it contain this within the first 90 seconds? Is there anything that could be misconstrued as sexual? Is there this? Is there that? And you have to answer this big ass questionnaire every single time you upload a video now, every fucking time, because if any of those things are not within their guidelines, they won't put ads on it and you won't make money. It's very hard to get a video monetized now. So a lot of people complain. It's like, why are YouTubers like using this sound and like censoring themselves and cutting out F words and this, that, and the other? That's why. Because if you say fuck within the first 90 seconds of your video, you get demonetized now. So it's become this TV situation where you have to censor the shit out of your content because they won't let you monetize it otherwise. And that's why so many people are doing Squarespace and Raycons and fucking Soylent. Yes, they are actually doing Soylent ads. So, yeah, like they have to do these embedded ad reads where they actually promote the product within the video because YouTube is so difficult to monetize through now. So that's why this video was brought to you by this, that, or the other. That's why every fucking thing now is like that. VPNs, ExpressVPN, all that shit. Yeah, the ad instantly breaks half those guidelines. Yep.
Out. I'm done. I just want to do live streaming. And again, I was not just Jay, but many other people were like, just stick to it. You're nuts. You have a million sub channel. You're out of your mind. So, but at that point, I was beyond done. But I knew that I'm like, maybe I'm being irresponsible, stepping away. But I was doing myself a disservice because what I really wanted to focus on, which was live streaming and other things, I was neglecting to keep something going that I really didn't give a crap about continuing. As you see, I was thinking to myself, if Review Tech USA got shut down tomorrow, so long as it wasn't a terms of service violation, which means I couldn't stream anyway, and I couldn't do a single video on Review Tech USA ever again, I would have been okay with it. But again,
my kids started watching YT Kids. The ads are straight scum. Oh, they are, dude. It's fucking shameless. It's always candy and like Pepsi and Coke and like all the unhealthy bullshit that they try to market toward cereal, you know?
And I was like, yes, I do have one. The rational side of me was, don't do it. You're nuts. But subconsciously, I knew that the days of Review Tech USA were even more numbered after the Quantum TV fiasco. And that final straw that broke the camel's back was the drama that happened, the fallout between Jay and I, which again, we've smoothed things over. We're friends again. We're fine. You could ask him too. That was really when I was done. You know what's funny, and not going into the drama, I was literally taking a dump, and I was so fatigued with how
mystery brand bullshit that has rotted my kid's brain, and that shit isn't cheap, but it's all garbage. Oh, absolutely. And it's never changed. It was like that when we were kids too. Yeah, it was like that when we were kids. You're talking about like the LOL surprise, like the surprise toys and shit. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like they want all these kids to buy these surprise toys, you know, and they're expensive as fuck.
how the industry,
all of it, yeah,
is going. Lord knows you see now E3 is gone. All of the big three. I'm filming this video on April 1st. You're probably going to see out on April 2nd. I don't think I'm going to upload it right after I'm done recording. I'm hoping Nintendo does something exciting with the Switch 2, but the industry is in a weird place. Some may even argue, I saw RGT85 talking about it, that we're in some kind of, I would call it a soft crash. It's not the severity that it was, obviously, anywhere near it in the early 80s, but it's not in a great...
Look at how many AAA companies are doing massive layoffs right now. We are in a sort of video game crash. There's no question about that. Tons of AAA studios are having to do massive layoffs right now, or selling to Tencent like Ubisoft.
Place right now. The game manufacturers, the game developers, the console manufacturers don't know where the hell to go next.
Yeah, indie's doing great.
And I remember there was an Xbox event, and I was watching it while taking a dump, and it was the biggest nothing burger ever. Again. And I was like, that's it. I don't have a hat here. I'm hanging it up. It was funny because Jay and I would wake up every day, and we would be like, what are we talking about today? And we would look through a whole bunch of different websites. We would look through articles.
I know, he said that like 3 times.
And there was nothing. And this is my fault. The channel didn't really have a direction. So if we wanted to review something, people are like, I don't come to you for reviews. I come to you.
Exactly. That's why everybody says he deleted it, because he didn't want to see it to go under 1 million subs, because he was making hundreds of dollars of passive income just by these old legacy monetized videos continuing to add up. That channel had like 1,000 videos on it. So to just delete it when it was printing free money for you is just bizarre.
For gaming news and drama. And with gaming news being as sparse as it was, and me really not giving a crap, I was like, this is it, man. I had a good run. It was over a decade that I did Review Tech USA full time, even with all the mistakes that I made and how sloppy and disorganized I was. The fact that I got over a decade out of that channel and achieved over 1 million subscribers, I was happy with what I did, and I knew it was time to hang it up. I tried for a while before I just made the rash decision.
Bro, just put on the channel, do exactly like I did, and put a big fucking caution emoji that says this channel is no longer being updated. Now, if you want to check out my new stuff, go to whatever channel you're live streaming on. Why did you have to delete the channel? That makes no sense.
It wasn't actually a rash decision of me deleting the channel. I tried to upload clips. I hired a clips editor to upload clips and shorts to Review Tech USA. I'm like, all right, maybe I could get stuff from my live streams and put it there. That didn't work. There was no kind of passive income from that channel.
Not true.
The clips editor that I had, which it wasn't a huge amount that I had to pay them, I was still in the red. So there was no passive income. I was actually losing money having the channel open, and there were other things that were happening behind the scenes with it. I'm like, this channel is becoming a liability. Now, many of you may think, Rich, why didn't you just archive the channel or private the channel? Yes. Because I know myself. There's a reason that the Rich of Tomorrow meme where I flip-flopped was a thing, and that became a meme, because I would have flip-flopped and I would have cowered back to the channel and just kept doing the same thing that I was always doing. And I knew that would have been absolutely horrible idea for me to do because I just didn't care anymore. I didn't. It's not that I didn't.
Like, dude, just stop paying, like, stop working with the clips editor and just stop doing that. But just leave the channel, let it stay there as an archive, and just tell everybody to check out your new channel.
Care about my audience, but I was fatigued with talking about gaming news. I was fatigued with the industry, and I knew Review Tech USA, that chapter of my life was closed. And deleting the channel, there's archives of the videos in many places you could check them out, was what I needed to do so I didn't go back into my old ways again and my old habits. And I took a lot of time off because I've had not even before 2024, I've had a tumultuous around 2 years, not going into details.
True.
And I took a lot of time off in 2024 to get my head right, and to focus on what the next step is for me and what the next step was for me, and to take time off to kind of psychologically digest what
like Jenna Marbles quit years ago, but her shit is still up and continues to print. Dude, and I would venture to guess she probably makes a couple thousand off of those old videos every month. I mean, that was a massive channel.
Through in 2023. I'm not going to go, I've talked about it before, I'm not going to go into details. So, deleting the channel, I know, was the right choice. Yes, it's a part of my history. And it was sad to see it go, but I remember sitting there's a screen that when you want to delete a channel where YouTube makes you type out in full the full name of your channel before you actually do it. And I did hesitate for a minute, but I did type out the name and hit delete. And that's how I knew. I'm like, man, I was really ready for that. For those of you who supported me for that entire time, and maybe don't know that I was still doing something on here, you should actually check out my live streams. If you're seeing this video, it's on my live stream channel. Subscribe yet. And there's other things outside of YouTube that
Okay, so he really didn't say a whole lot. He just basically said what he said in the first place, which is that he just didn't feel like doing Review Tech USA anymore. But, you know, I do get it. I think everybody has dealt with that before. Let me turn the PS3 on. I think everybody to some extent has dealt with that before, where you just feel like, you know, detonating it all and just starting over. I've definitely felt like that before. Sweet. Sound's already working. Got our dusty DS2 ready to go. I've definitely felt like that before. You know, I think there's just some times where you wake up and you're just like, man, I just want to like start over, or, you know, try a completely different approach. Because here's the thing. I don't think it's any secret that I'm known as the Silent Hill guy. And I know it's also no secret that if I were to branch out and try different types of games, you know that there would be people that would say, I'm not watching this because it's not Silent Hill. And that's fair. I'm not upset about this. I'm just pointing out the reality of it, okay? It's one thing to point it out and be upset about it. I'm not upset. I'm just saying it happens. I know it happens because I've seen it. I've been told it before. Where people are like, bro, I'll be honest, unless it's Silent Hill, I don't watch. And I'm like, well, that's fair. I mean, at least you're honest about it. You know? I'm not mad about it. I just know that when you start your channel and you do one particular thing, that's what you're going to be known as. And it takes a very high amount of effort to break out of that. You know? It's a lot of legwork. I've seen channels who tried to like go in the VTuber direction as well, and that also didn't work out very well for them. Oh god, is my fucking HDMI fucked up again? Well, that one's working. So yeah, it's doing that shit again. Let me restart the monitor. I think that's what I need to do. Sorry, it's going to freeze me for a second because the refresh rates are different. Okay, monitor's working now. Now I just got to drag my winders back over. Isn't that what a second channel is for, though? I mean, true, but the thing is, like, for small channels, you really... I've always felt like second channels are for when you have an already successful channel and you're trying to branch out into new things that you don't want to cloud, you know, like the intention of the original channel. I never felt like second channels were for like a small channel to continue. Like, you're already small. What's the point of splitting? You know what I mean? You can't really split what's already very, very small, you know? I mean, you can, but it's just not going to be very effective. Like, a perfect example is like when these channels do podcasts or whatever. You know, it's like, oh, here's the main channel, and then here's the podcast channel, and then the podcast highlight channel. You know, it's like the channel itself is popular, the podcast channel is popular, now they're making a popular highlights channel, you know? It's like once you build a channel to a certain degree, then you can transition that into a second channel. But if you're already small, you kind of, like, it kind of works to your benefit to leave everything on one. Where's the edge? There we go. All right, cool. Looks pretty good to me. Size-wise, I'll just make that a tad a little bit bigger. And then if I'm in the way at all, I will fix it. Oh god, we only get hard or easy? Okay. Where's normal mode, dude? Hey, no problem, Snipple. Appreciate you hanging out as always, dude. I haven't seen you around these parts in a while, so appreciate you checking the stream out, chatting a little bit, hanging out. Have a good one, dude. Gotta give some people irreparable trauma. Oh.
It's true that once the wheels of justice begin to turn, nothing can stop them. Nothing. It was Raccoon City's last chance.
Raccoon City.
My last escape.
This is Chopper Delta, preparing to drop off at area E95070. Over.
Yeah. I could never get the dodging to work right in this game. It's so fucking jank. Maybe that's just me, but I could not figure that shit out for the life of me, dude. Yeah, that was my experience too. That is such a cool shot right there. Dude, the PS1 trilogy is so fucking good. I talked about this before. It's kind of like the Pokemon first gen situation where these games are so simple, but they're still so fun to play to this day. Like, they just don't get old, you know? Oh my god, what am I doing? I just walked right into that, dude. Out of the way. Especially the original Resident Evil is a very, very simple game at the end of the day, but it just is still so fun.
Daylight. The monsters have overtaken the city. Somehow, I'm still alive.
Welcome back, Dr. Ren.
Okay, we've got to get out of here.
What? What do you think you're talking about? I just lost my daughter out there. How dare you tell me to go back outside?
I'm sorry about your daughter, but there isn't gonna be any rescue. We have to get out of here.
The voice acting also got way better in this. I don't think that's debatable either.
I'd rather starve to death in here than be eaten by one of those undead monsters. Now leave me alone.
Oh yeah, I forgot the controls are way different in this one.
I'm not leaving. Never. Just get away from me.
It's circle to bring up the menu in this. X to confirm. I shouldn't have wasted that shot, but who gives a fuck? Oh yeah, we get straight to the save theme this time around too. No wasted time. Oh, is the fucking smoothing filter on? Oh, surprised it wasn't, but look what happens when you turn it on. It just gets even blurrier. Fucking awful. Here, I'm gonna slide the game window over just a little bit. I'll do this so there's a little bit of a gap on both sides and it looks even. 4x3, you always gotta go about it in a certain way. Nah, I'm gonna slide it all the way over. There we go. That's like to the pixel. Ah, man. Mixing A and B gives you Magnum, right? When you mix C, it gives you Magnum? Well, why am I asking? It's in the game instruction booklet that they gave me. I think it's this one. Yeah. It shows a whole table. Okay. Yeah, so A plus C. Yeah, B is shotgun. I remember that because if you mix like B and B, it gives you a shit ton of shotgun shells. It's actually really, really good. Yeah, we're just gonna make this fucking huge because why not? And I'm not in the way of the game at all. What the? I think my controller fucked up. Hey, what's up, Myra? Yeah, I just got done making the camera fucking huge because we're playing a 4x3 game tonight, so we're not in the way of it at all. So I'm just gonna save these for right now. And then there's ink ribbons right here. I can see them on the table. Let's see if any of my old saves are on here. This might be a different virtual memory card or whatever. Ah, it's clean. Let's go. Dude Core, we've been live for 3 hours, man. We did all the Nightmare Fuel already. I love seeing that combined chat, by the way. I think finally we have perfected the dual chat. For real. It looks just as good as my old chat. I fixed all the weird, like, outline, border, shadow issues. And it just looks good now. I think we fixed it all, dude. For real. Just got home. Nice. We just started the game, so. Alright, let's get out of here finally. I don't think there's anything else. Warehouse report books. Delivery voucher book. Okay, we're good. Let's go. Yeah, this game has full analog support too. I forgot about that. Makes it way more enjoyable to play. First aid spray. Defective products have been placed here. Oh. Oh yeah, 30 bullets. Crucial. Make sure you get these. And then I think we just leave this way, yeah? Oh no, this dipshit's still stuck in here. We just go out the front door. Went to a Mexican B-Day party and I can say that shit was cramped. Oh my god, I'm not reading the second half of that. Oh, that's a brand risk, dude. I can't say that. You understand how many people would clip that out of context? A lot, by the way. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, isn't this close to where we see Brad running away? I love how quiet it is here. Legit though. How are things looking over on the YouTube side? Good at 1440p? It's the best quality I can do. I've tried every variation of streaming on both platforms. This is the best I can do, man. Ooh, the shotgun's in here. Yeah, so Brad runs. Oh my god, I forgot how fucking fast they move on hard, dude. We're going to get the shotgun. Come hell or high water, get out of the way, bitch. What the? Alright. Now we're gonna shoot our way out, dude, because this thing is a beast. Wow. Oh, he's dead, but I don't know how close these are. Okay. Kind of trash to have to already use this. Just wanted to try to bait him real quick. Okay, there we go. Oh. Bitch. Oh my god, they move so fast, dude. I'm gonna kill him again. Just, you know. I'm gonna do it just because I want to send a statement. I just want to send a message. Oh no, you're fine. Cowardly, don't worry about that, dude. Yeah, YouTube stream is like weirdly 5 to 10 seconds behind. I have no idea why, but it is. So, yeah. I genuinely don't know why that is. It just is. Here, let's do this so that the camera just takes up the bottom of the frame. And then I promise I'll stop messing with it. There we go. See, now it just cleanly takes up the bottom of the frame. That's pretty solid. It's like we actually have a layout, like I'm a real streamer or something. Oh, fuck it. Fuck it, I'll leave it. Now, I do not need to waste these last two. Oh my god. This is gonna be bad. I need to get away from this. I'm just trying to knock him down. New Discord. Dude, it's my new profile picture everywhere. Check out YouTube as well, man. And Twitch. It's everywhere. Yeah, I like it a lot, dude. Can I not? Oh, isn't this where I started? Yeah, we just went in circles.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
Great question. What's up, Nexus Shadows 575? Hey, we needed to grab these anyway. Big E concert. Seeing pros play Fighters E looks like an art like the Marvel games. Yeah, I hear that's a pretty high skill ceiling game as well. Only upgrade needed would be an NY Yankees hat. Nah, we tried to avoid doing anything that's like actually branded for obvious reasons. That's why we just put the G on the hat for Stampede G. I mean, it's just a letter. You can't like copy strike a letter, can you? I don't know. Maybe some company out there would try to. I shouldn't say too much. It could certainly be possible that they would try. Nope, 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 nope. I forgot you can quick turn in this. Back and square. I think Brad's in here, is he not? Or is it the other way? Yeah, we have to go in through the other side. So I gotta be fucking careful here. The G stands for the Freemasons logo. No, it literally just stands for my last name. Which I will not disclose. I've been getting washed. I have combos, but that's it. I want to get good. Yeah, it's a fun game, but yeah, very high skill ceiling. How have you been, Nexus Shadows? Google can kick rocks. Oh, you mean not watching on YouTube? That's fair. I've explained it a few times, but the only reason why I'm even live on YouTube is because it allows me it allows my VODs to automatically go up without me having to do anything extra. Oh no, I know the Freemason logo with like the compass and square. Yeah, I know it. But yeah, it allows me to, let me make this ever so slightly smaller. It allows me to go live and then YouTube just hangs on to the VOD. And then I can just refer people to my main YouTube channel. Got a class at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I've got work. We actually have to be real adults and shit. Fucking terrible. Oh my. Oh, that was actually. Oh, it was lucky for a second, except I ended up taking a double hit because I'm a dumbass. Well, this is not going very well. Well, he's dead. Rather be playing more Wilds. I could never get into Monster Hunter. I don't know why, man.
Why isn't someone doing something about this?
I didn't know you were still alive, Jill. The police aren't trained for this kind of situation. What could they do? Listen, he's coming for us. We're both gonna die.
What are you saying?
You'll see. He's after STARS members. There's no escape.
Dude, the way they do this intro section is so much better in this one, I swear. So much better. In the remake, he just fucking appears right at the beginning and there's no suspense. Clock tower postcard. A picture postcard of a clock tower. The following explanation is printed on the backside. A landmark spot, St. Michael Clock Tower. Just gotta find your weapon. Yeah, people said that, like, you just gotta find your build and stuff when I said I didn't like FromSoft games or like Elden Ring. I'm not saying that it's impossible for me to enjoy them. I just haven't really found one that I do enjoy yet. Maybe I should try Sekiro, because people say Sekiro has like the least amount of customization in each playthrough. When we get in Code Veronica, I have it on my Xbox. I have it on my Xbone. My XB1. Okay, now that's... Okay, so now we're looking for a section with the rope that we can burn. Oh, I see some... Well, it looks like something I can pick up right here. Oh, never mind. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, okay. I almost fucked that up really bad. Yeah, I think it's down here where the rope is. Oh, okay. God, I hate how they fucking speed up. Yeah, I got those herbs already. Yeah, this is where you burn it. Yeah, so while it's burning, you gotta go back here and blow this. So we're gonna give it a good solid 10 seconds. Make sure they all die. At least all the ones immediately in the way. Oh my god, I fucked up. Actually, no, I didn't. Alright. Just knocking her down. Not trying to kill her. Oh yeah, isn't there ammo back here? Yeah. Well, I don't have any more greens, but I'll take the 2 reds. Worth it. Fucking love the music here too. Man, this game is so good. Isn't it always good when you revisit a game and it actually improves your opinion of it? It's not very common these days. Oh yeah, the dogs. Nice. Then we got 2 more. That's a type A and a type B gunpowder. Already building up the stockpile. I don't know if we're going to need the lighter again soon. So we'll leave that for now. Let's grab this type A and type B and get our reload tool. Get us some shawty shells. Oh, I think I fucked up. Either way. More ink ribbons? I don't think so. Yeah. They don't always give them to you at every one of these, but most of them they do. I don't really need ammo right now anyways. I mean, I could make handgun with these type A's, but I'm not going to bother. I think if you just put one in, it still gives you some. Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. Then I'll just do that. We'll hang on to the A and the C for now. And then, because this is hard mode and anything can happen, I will go ahead and save. Call me out in broad daylight if you must. I'm gonna do it. Alright. Yeah, so people's main complaint with the remake is that it eliminates a lot of what made this game cool. Like the branching pathways, Nemesis being more of like a lurking enemy where he can pop up at any time, at complete random. And they just made it into a super, super linear, like set piece based game. Oh yeah, I almost forgot you can go back into the RPD. Not for much though. But there is a big section here. The decisions, yeah, they took out the decisions too, like this. Yeah, so the very obvious decision here is to just enter it. You never want to take this fight. There's no way you would win. I mean, you could, but you would have to be really lucky. Yeah, there is a lot of missing parts. Like the Raccoon City Park is missing. The clock tower is entirely missing. Cool, we just got 2 reds, so this will give me 2 full heals. At least. I'll combine 2 of these and save the other. Yeah, this game improved it to where you no longer have to press X or whatever the interact button is to walk down steps. You just run down the steps now. It gives you gun parts and Brad's ID that unlocks something. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got most of the gun parts on all my playthroughs so far, where you get the, like, super improved handgun. Yeah, we need to grab the stars card. So this game kind of has a little bit of, like, the Silent Hill 3 thing, where they reuse a major area from 2 to save time during development, but I'm not mad at it, because I love the classic RPD. I'm not upset. You know, we get the music as well as the same. Look how fucking fast this guy's moving, man. Fuck you. Okay, when you see the blood pooling, they're actually dead. Oh shit. I gotta do this quick. The triple? Oh, the triple, baby. I saw it. I saw the lineup. Let's go. None more satisfying than that right there. What a goated shotgun RE3 has. But you have to remember the timeline. 1, 2, and 3 are all happening. Yeah, they're all happening. Oh, no. 1 is not happening. 1 happened months before this, right? Because like in 2, you find documents of them talking about the mansion thing. How it already happened, and they're trying to, you know, raise concerns about it, and they're being shut up. But 2 and 3 did happen at the exact same time. Nice, and then they replenish me right here. This is Marvin, is it not? Yeah, RPD Officer Marvin Branagh. He's been fatally wounded by zombies. He appears to be holding something in his hand. Marvin's report, September 24th. There are reports of a theft in the municipal building before dawn. A jewel-decorated clock at the main gate was damaged. 2 of the 12 gems that are installed on the face of the clock are missing. Due to the lack of available officers at this time, appreciate that, I have no choice but to suspend the research of this case. Signed, Marvin Branagh. September 26th. Based upon an autopsy report of the 42-year-old restaurant owner, I've discovered that he has one of the missing gems. He apparently took shelter in the police department at about 10 a.m., where he was shot to death within 10 minutes of having developed the symptoms. Since the city is currently under martial law, we're forced to suspend this case. At this time, we'll keep the gem as evidence. Signed, Marvin Branagh. But they bomb the city at the end of each game, and they're all Raccoon City. Yeah, no. The end of 1 is not Raccoon City. That's the mansion, though. But 2 and 3, you're correct. Yes. Gotta love the remakes versions with zombies with semi-bulletproof heads. Yeah, man. Like in RE2, it's actually pretty hard to decapitate them with the shotgun you find, especially before you get like the stock and other add-ons for it. Come on, man. It's a shotgun. It should shred a zombie's head easily. Oh, they're still like twitching. I thought they were still alive. Someone has made quite a mess in here. And there's one of the gems. I think it's a blue, green, and a red, right? Locked with a number-based lock. Yeah, we don't have any of these yet. Had 9 lives, yeah. I wonder what determines the ones that move really fucking fast, why they do that. Okay, neither of them are dead. Okay, that one is. Wait, no, this one's dead. Yeah, I see the blood pooling. Okay. Ugh. Feels good, man. Feels good to actually be playing a game. Dude, we've been playing very few games here lately. I don't count Silent Hill Homecoming to be a real game. Especially not after they fucking copy struck me so hard. Or YouTube hit me with so many copyright violations, I felt like I didn't even fucking want to stream, dude. That shit was just pissing me off. It's such a good platform in so many ways, but when it comes to copyright, it is so fucking ass backwards. It's ridiculous. Yeah, for streaming Homecoming, because the intro cutscene has vocals. It's the song One More Soul to the Call. That got me a copyright violation, and then the song called Cold Blood, which is L's theme, also got me one, because again, it has vocals. So basically, any Silent Hill song with vocals, you're fucked. You will get a copyright violation for streaming it. On YouTube. Not on Twitch, but on YouTube, yes. Oh, I need to get that one individual ink ribbon out and use it. So they actually restricted my ability to live stream for like 3 straight days because of that shit. It's so stupid, dude. So I was kind of pissed off about that, and then we had shitty weather and everything too, so I couldn't stream, but yeah, feels good to be back, for real. Alright, let's get out of here. I do miss on PC being able to just skip these. In fact, why am I not playing this on PC? Don't I have it on there now? I thought I have this on GOG now because I bought the trilogy. It may not be out yet, though. Doesn't RE3 come out on like April 20th on GOG finally? It may already be out, I just don't remember. You know, I think we're just gonna take matters into our own hands right now, and we're just gonna Yeah, just a little bit of that. A little bit of this. And hopefully get the double on these two. I did not. I failed. There we go. Well, that was one more shell than I wanted to waste, but we'll take it. Oh, dude, yeah, 100%. Like, on Twitch especially, nobody used to care about that whatsoever. So we're going to get the stars card in here. Thankfully, no liquors in this game, I don't think, at least. Well, I mean, Twitch sort of has a workaround now, which is the VOD track feature. Oh yeah, we don't know the stars key yet. Which is the VOD track feature, where you can basically record everything but your music to the VOD track, and then if someone were to play back the VOD, there's no music on it at all. So it can kind of create some weird situations where you might be fucking like talking about the song or singing it or whatever and nobody knows what's playing, but it's still worth doing it because you don't want to get a copyright violation, especially if you're doing live streaming as a full-time job. That's where it's completely understandable. But yeah, I totally remember back in like 2011, 2013, like people would fucking stream like League of Legends and just listen to Nirvana songs and stuff all day and nobody ever cared. But, you know, times are changing, as they say. And it is what it is. Oh, this is... I hate corners like this. Yeah, you always gotta be, like, super careful. Well, I'm gonna kill this guy with... Oh, there's a couple. Let's do this. Let's see how many we can get. At least a double. And then these two should be another double. Perfect. Oh shit. Oh, out of the way. Now this guy I will take out just with... Alright. Fuck, I think I might need the lighter here. Stars key? Yeah, or stars card. Oh. Yeah, so in RE2 you have to use the lighter here. I like how it just flat out tells you there's nothing you can do with the fireplace. Well, at least I know. Hidden, oh, I thought it was like hidden handgun ammo, but just ink ribbons. We'll take it. Not mad, certainly. But yeah, the weird thing about the GOG versions of these is that they use like really ancient PC ports as their base. So when you go to set up your controller, it like starts talking about Microsoft Sidewinder, which was a type of PC gamepad that was available in the very late 90s and very early 2000s only. So it's really weird that, you know, they didn't at least update it. But you can use modern controllers, but it's like a weird setup you gotta do. And you have to make sure absolutely no other like USB devices are connected before you do it. Very bizarre. So I think I used the stars card to open the stars room key, or open the stars office. If I remember right, I just need to make a little bit of space. Knock on wood, but the PS3 generally lasts a really long time, so especially when you're just playing games like this that don't really stress it. Now, if I was playing Beyond Two Souls, which is like such a good looking game that it could hold up even now, and I'm not just saying that either, it would probably have fried my shit already. But just playing, you know, these classics, it's not very strenuous on your system. Oh, what am I doing? I need to go back to the second. Oh, no. I was on the right track. Back to the main hall so we can use this card. The Wii is like that too. The Wii, if you're just playing virtual console stuff, it just lasts fucking forever. It's awesome. What? Oh. Ah, that's what it is. 0131. Wonder if that fan-made Dino Crisis graphic flip will get any more support. Oh no, it'll probably get some attention from Capcom though. Look for them to shut it down. Capcom really hates when people do things like that. I forget what they ended up doing with the Resident Evil 4 HD project or whatever, but they tried to shut that down, did they not? You know, where that guy spent years of his life updating the textures to the original RE4. I have that mod, by the way, installed right now. I actually used it to make a video about the save theme in that game. Mario Kart 9 finna gonna have about a wannabe 80 bucks. Actually, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I have never been so disinterested in a game console before. And why would I be? Why would I care about the Switch 2 anyway? Dude, if I had the audacity to stream anything, I would just have Nintendo on my ass. I don't want that. They'd be fucking reaching out to me about revenue splitting my already incredibly low income, like, content stuff. Like, what? No, dude, fuck you. I'm just not gonna bother. I haven't been interested in a Nintendo console since the fucking GameCube. The only thing the Wii was really good for was Virtual Console. And there was like maybe 2 or 3 games that were really good on it, like Mad World. But I did not care for most of the original stuff on the Wii. I just didn't really. Its disorganization probably reflects the owner's personality. That's such a weird thing to say. Yeah. The G launcher. And then there's a first aid spray in this pouch. Shit, I hope I don't need any more space. The desk of Wesker. And there's gun parts here, but you can't get them. Oh, okay. Desk of Barry. A pair of replica guns are on the desk. So that's basically it, right? Can't send any messages from here. I 50% appreciated the Switch. No, I mean, the Switch is cool. We own one. Like, some of our friends gave us one. Because they upgraded to the Switch OLED or whatever. But it just doesn't, like... I've just never been compelled to play a single thing on it. Did they ever port Persona 5 to the Switch, by the way? Because I remember people were, like, screaming up and down about that for years on end. Speaking of, for any JRPG people out there, they apparently just opened up a domain for a Persona 4 remake, the way that they just did Persona 3 Reload. So people are thinking that a Persona 4 remake in the same vein is coming out soon. Oh yeah, didn't they just do that, Nexus? They put out fucking Nintendo GameCube classics, finally. And then the one game that everybody cared about, which was Super Smash Bros. Melee, they don't show. They really don't give a fuck about Melee. I guarantee you they will go out of their way to not port Melee to it. I guarantee you they will. They do not care about Melee, dude. Like, come on, you have to know that that's the game that everybody's waiting on. They showed, like, Wind Waker and F-Zero GX. And a few other things, but not melee. Come on, dude. Ridiculous. Oh yeah, we see Nemesis here, right? Goodbye. Goodbye, sir. I believe we're done in here anyways, aren't we? The blue gem and the grenade launcher is like the main things we need out of the RPD. So we should just be able to leave now. I should have grabbed the blue gem on my way out, but... I'll put the fucking rocket launcher up, dude. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Not a soul. Go make your attention baiting post on Twitter elsewhere, dude. You're not doing it here. Yeah, I think he has to move from the front of the RPD before you can leave, because he's technically still here. Oh, do you mean like in general you're going to start again, or do you mean literally like right now? Alright. Save room is up here. Let's grab our blue gem. Made no sense, especially if they keep getting mad at people for emulators. Yeah, like Nintendo can't decide what they want to do about emulation. Like on one hand, they haven't, outside of people who are hosting ROM sites, they haven't done a whole lot about it. But at the same time, it's clear that if you were to loudly and proudly stream emulators, they would not take too kindly to it. I think that's pretty obvious. Wait, don't I need to use the stars card somewhere? Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, they've already said like what the console is going to be $450, and I'm sure there's going to be storage you got to pay for, like flash storage options, and then the games themselves are what, $80? Oh, and the biggest bullshit is that every game is going to have a Switch 2 version that you have to pay full price for again. So you can't just continue using your Switch 1 cartridges. You have to pay for a whole new version. That's bullshit. You should be able to put the Switch 1 games into the Switch 2 and they automatically get upscaled. That's what Microsoft did. Fuck that, man. You should get that for free. You already paid for the game. But Nintendo games never, ever, ever go on sale, so that's kind of on brand for them. Okay, whenever you hear that yelp, that means they're dead. Yeah, isn't it because of the tariffs or whatever? They might even make it more expensive than that. Like, didn't they already delay the launch of the thing? Yeah, dude, I've been disillusioned with game consoles. I haven't been interested in a single game console since the PS4. Not a single thing on PS5 has interested me that I couldn't just play on PC or elsewhere in general, you know? I just don't give a shit. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't. Console gaming does not interest me anymore. The only console games I play are PlayStation 1, 2, 3, some Xbox One games, which primarily boil down to... Wait, I just saw the liquor. Which primarily boil down to classics, like 360 and earlier. But for the most part, I'm just playing games that originally came out on PS2 on this stream, dude. Silent Hill 2, 3, 4, Resident Evil 1, 2, 3. That's a lot of what we play here. Not interested. Oh yeah, we gotta get this off with the wrench or whatever. I'll just take the one green for now. Actually, I'll use an individual green and combine the other. I think if you want my honest opinion, I think Nintendo's going to be very surprised at how poorly it sells. I think they will be. I think they are getting a little bit overconfident with the success of the Switch, and they think that the Switch 2 is just going to be some runaway success. I'm predicting it won't be. I think a lot of people are going to refuse to pay these prices. I really do. I wouldn't even say Wii U version 2.0 because a lot of the confusion about the Wii U, almost every like casual person who wasn't super into games literally thought that that was an add-on for the Wii. Like they just did a horrible job at explaining what the fuck the Wii U even was. I tried telling my brother I just have no interest in collecting anymore. Ooh. He was apparently bitten in the neck until he died. I tried telling my brother I just have no interest in collecting anymore. It's so expensive thanks to scalpers and people pretending that classic games are like some $100,000 luxuries. I would rather get a digital copy of something these days. Oh God, where is this? Okay. Wrench? Oh. You bitch, literally female dog. I would rather just get a digital copy of something I want on sale for like $5 rather than $60 for new physical stuff or old games on eBay. Yeah, see, I am old enough to remember a time where you could go, yeah, I'd be down to play Breath of Fire. Never played them before, but I'd be down. I'm old enough to remember a time where you could browse eBay and just casually pick up copies of games like Earthbound for like $40. And that was considered crazy expensive back then. Games like Panzer Dragoon Saga, which is one of the most expensive, you know, like retro games in fucking existence. You used to be able to pick up relatively cheap. And it's just not the case anymore at all. It is just simply not the case. My favorite Resident Evil is 1, the very first Biohazard on PS1. We went through the whole tier list a few days ago, but yeah. Very, very close second is the GameCube remake because it was just absolutely phenomenal and improved on it in almost every way. Nothing they added into the GameCube remake was took away from the experience. It only enhanced it. And that's why I think it's considered the quintessential game remake. Because it just did everything that you would want. Visually, it is very stunning. It improved on the dated voice acting. It added some interesting elements. It added some interesting challenge with the Crimson Heads and stuff. It's just a phenomenal remake all around. So, but my number one, absolute number one is Biohazard. Yeah, you have an issue going on, Dukor? Oh my god, dude. So many. Oh, okay, here we go. Please. Oh, I thought she would auto aim. What the? Dude, that angle was so fucking awkward. Holy shit. God, that angle was so fucking awkward, man. This is where we get these fucking bugs. Fuck. What the? Why did it not shoot it down? There we go. Bitch. Yeah, there's two, I know. If I still had my G launcher, this would be easy, but I don't. Oh, the battery's missing. Yeah. I fucking walked right into that. I used to be really interested in collecting PS2. That was the one system I was ever interested in collecting for. And those prices were already getting out of control in like 2015, I would say. It just never really stopped, you know? And they're still beyond, like Silent Hill 2, 3, 4 are especially out of control. You're looking at almost $200 for a black label of any of those now. Now you can go to Japan, you know, the Japanese copies are fairly cheap, but that's because those games are not popular in Japan. Is this angle? Oh my god, he fucking sped up. Well, that was a fuck up. Oh my god. Well. I think there's a save right here, so as long as I can... Okay. This is a save room, at least it should be. Yep. Just barely. Now this crank is actually crucial because that area that we first chased Brad, we need to use it there. Oh no, not this one. This one's the rusted. I think this breaks. Alright, well, we have tons of heals, so let's go ahead and use that. And I will get this out. And then I have an A, just 2 A's. That would just make me a shit ton of handgun ammo. I need to save one, but let's grab the reload tool out and make at least one case. Each era had its own explosion in price, and some of the older shit leveled off or crashed, but the 2000 and up shit is still high. Yeah. Dude, I also remember when you could walk into a game store in the early to mid 2000s and you could buy like an N64 for like 30-40 bucks. I mean, seriously, you could get an N64 for nothing at that time because everybody, that was like when everybody was getting rid of their PlayStation 1s and their N64s because they wanted a GameCube or, you know, a PS2 or an Xbox. Like, it used to be the strategy that you would sell off your old stuff, but nowadays everybody holds on to everything because they want to, like Dr. Red said, it's like everybody thinks that their games are some fucking investment and that they're just going to turn into like gold. Thankfully, a lot of that got exposed. And it turns out that most of the crazy high, like $1 million valuations that we were seeing was just complete bullshit price inflation by video game auction companies. And like they had no, yeah, with the expansion pack or whatever that doubled the RAM. Let me combine all these. Ugh, God. Yeah, 2006 was a great time to get into it. Like, I would say before 2010, because once video game collectors started to blow up on YouTube, that's when shit started to get really expensive. Because then everybody who was my age, that was like 14, 15 at that time, 16, well, you know, we're seeing all these game collectors with massive collections on YouTube. And, you know, we wanted to be a part of that. I remember seeing videos from like Pete Dorr and Gamester81, like these older guys, you know, who were born in the early to mid 80s, who just had absolutely just fucking monstrous collections behind them in every video. You just saw wall-to-wall video game cases, and I just remember being like, man, I want that, you know? I almost pressed the wrong fucking button. I almost pressed circle. Only bit of gold I have is Pokemon Platinum on DS with a box on eBay all day long for like 100, 120. Yeah. The most expensive game I ever sold, I actually wish I could have back. It was called Guitaru Man, and it's a very unique rhythm game for the PS2 where you basically trace a line on the screen and press different face buttons at the right time, and you play a fucking, like, it's almost like a mecha game where you're controlling a kid who transforms into like a Gundam robot with a guitar, and it's called a Gitaru, and it like shoots lightning out of it and you fight enemies with it. It's a crazy fucking game, very Japanese, but it has some amazing music in it. Like the guitar tracks in that are fucking next level. So I wish I could have it back just to demo it on stream because it's so good. And that game actually gets incredibly difficult too, like on master mode. Okay, let's put the blue gem in here and let's head back. So yeah, that would be a really fun one to show. Could probably stream it if I could acquire it via emulator, but I would really love to have a copy of it back. And I have a Japanese PS2 now, so I could even shop for a Japanese copy. The game it's very import friendly. It doesn't require a lot of Japanese knowledge. And then I'd be able to play it. Yeah. We still need the green. And yeah, just one more. I believe that's where we run into Carlos, where we find the other one. Oh, yeah. I remember seeing used games for like 50, 60 bucks. Like, I'm not buying a used game for a new price. Mega Man X2 or 3 is like 300 and other regrets. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's certain, like Super Nintendo was already getting expensive when I was kind of getting into the hobby. But Super Nintendo now is like out of fucking control. Any of the main ones, especially if they have the boxes, because a lot of people just straight up threw out those boxes. That was a big problem Nintendo had, is Sega, the Genesis, they actually had those clamshell cases that you were supposed to put the cartridges in, but Nintendo had no such thing. It was literally just a flimsy cardboard box. And so most people would just open the game and throw the box out, because why would you hang on to that? Well, now those boxes, if you have them, are worth a shit ton of money. So if you have a complete copy of something like Earthbound that is, something like Earthbound that is actually preserved, it could easily go for $300-400, if not more. If not more. I remember thinking I had to I had to put out the fire here, but then being surprised that I could just run right through it on my first playthrough. I also thought Nemesis was going to burst through there. Didn't Earthbound launch at an insanely expensive price too? I thought Earthbound was like a $100 game when it came out or something, maybe even $200. Am I just making that up, or I thought that was a real thing?
Say so, but my head feels like it's about to explode. Anyway, name's Carlos. Glad to meet you, lady.
Jill, Alpha Team, RPD's STARS unit. Who do you represent?
STARS, I see. Well, I'm a member of the Biohazard Countermeasure Force sent by Umbrella.
Yeah, those are worth a lot now, dude. N64 was the same deal with that flimsy cardboard box.
Hey, don't look at me like that. What did I say? Do you have a problem?
Oh no. It's him!
Yep, jump out the window.
Wants me dead. We've got to get out of here.
There was a big box version of Earthbound with like a strategy guide and scratch and sniff stickers. Yeah. AVGN talked about those.
I know. You want to ask me out? All the foxy ladies love my accent. It drives them crazy.
I have to know. Why did Umbrella send you here?
Because we're on a civilian rescue mission.
Oh, you're full of it. They're the ones who caused all this in the first place.
Look, we're just mercenaries, hired hands. Do you really think the master would tell his dogs why they have to retrieve the stick he just threw? Listen, if you want answers about Umbrella, you're asking the wrong guy. Believe it or not, we are here to
I love the hitches before they talk again, because the game has to load like literally everything.
Think about it.
And then very annoyingly, they unequip the pistol after that. The fact it took all the way to the GameCube for Nintendo to give us actual boxes is nuts. It is. Yeah, like just... And this was around like the advent of DVDs and stuff. Just a simple snap-close case is all that we needed. And Sega did that all the way back in 1989. I think even the Sega Master System cartridges had like a closable, you know, case that you could put the cartridges in. So Nintendo was just giving people flimsy boxes, and like I said, what are you gonna do? Just throw it? People just took the shit out of the box and threw the box away because they didn't think that these things would have inherent, like, as much value as they did fucking 25, 30 years later, which is understandable. Alright, so we actually made some pretty good progress, I'm not gonna lie. You know, we are playing on hard mode. I haven't exactly demonstrated that I'm some type of master at this game, but we got a couple triple decapitations, which are pretty sweet. With that being said, though, I do have an incredibly long week ahead, work-wise, but we're back on our 3 streams a week as long as weather permits. So, finally, I'm not just gonna be in my fucking Playboy Cardi mystery era and just disappear for fucking 4 or 5 days on end. We're gonna be doing 3 days consistently every week. But yeah, if anybody has not joined the Discord, we're at 94 people trying to cross that 100 person threshold. There's the link for it. It's hilarious because it says the word P in it. And let's find somebody to raid. Let's see who's on right now. Switch my monitor over and find out who's live. Let's see. Sorry, it's gonna fucking freeze me for a second. Oh, I still had that Review Tech USA video up. Who is live? Well, unfortunately not. I mean, I've been spam rating this person too many times recently, so we're not gonna do it again. I don't want to spam them. But either way, I will talk to you guys probably either tomorrow night or Wednesday night at the absolute latest, but probably tomorrow night, because we gotta finish RE3 now that we started it. I fucking love this game. So with that being said, I'm going to break the chains on room 302 and free everybody in 3, 2, 1. Good snap.